So it's 2020 when Kelly left.
Something.
Yes.
It's not time to be that, but it's very together, detailed.
Yeah, she was great, yeah. I enjoyed her very much. She was a very nice boss.
Otherwise, it's.
Very nice. I have no idea. That I don't know.
I saw that writing and waiting, it's waiting to see.
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Contract, second, and the stands right around.
So how can you hear anything about Lenny? How you still?
No, I said I stay out of everything.
In the old ranch local.
Oh, is it?
But I don't know about.
No, I didn't.
So.
I would be speaking to you if you were.
Hey, Bill.
I'm good. Because then I have to, like, every. One day that I can sell. For security, what exactly. Which somebody, they also have this website. You love this. It's a-
I'm the only one that's sort of agree.
I think he told. Joe. And he forgot. So, I didn't know, but I didn't know that. So.
It's a team. I don't like to be on a team of one.
Brand new songs.
I'm always on a team of one.
I don't know if you said that.
The mayor, the fact that I can play, I see the holiday.
Yeah. I'll mention it. You can probably do a regular in the garage.
Hey, I think I'm like. I don't know. I see you driving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right? Oh, yeah. It's when I told we have a newer. The real.
Yeah, push for the love.
Oh.
It's good.
Friend of mine, his brother used to work at one time, and whenever we took the laptops, we in the head. They were sitting on, but they gave me laptops. These old models. They were kind of smart too. Yeah. Those usually, when they have the old police cars, their cars are like that big.
Well, that's because and this side, they,
Yeah.
it's got.
It's all like that, yeah, that's how they were.
Eric, whoever's gonna come, right?
No, it's not.
Whoever comes. Cities in Washington only,
Oh, I didn't even know.
we don't know, okay?
Sorry, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Don't want to get hit by a car.
Yeah.
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 How are you?
Other than, you know. there's not-
Guys, have a lonesome, once an eight.
Okay.
Yeah, I should have.
Hold down till
And I said, now you're gonna wait until.
Yeah, I checked everybody's, everybody's first, yeah, and I did that right away. Everything was very good. Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Yeah, we got it.
All right, so, Bill, I'll be on side. Hey,
Good, I remember that.
You sent an email.
Doing good, you can't wait.
How are you?
And oh my God, I just want to say.
It was like, I think.
Thank you.
But I'm gonna point out.
No, I remember your email a while back.
Well, here, I think you really.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Which is in the afternoon. It's not also, you know, they come over here. Or. Oh,
What was that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's usually colder on that. We're legal in north.
I'm north.
More up north. Oh, okay, yeah.
Was it hotter than here? Really?
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's
I think, yeah, I throw this back on.
Wow. Okay.
in summer, when I cross Main Street, to Ocean Avenue, it's 10 degrees warmer. On a hot day
Wow,
on Main Street than it is on Ocean Avenue.
interesting, very
10
interesting.
degrees.
Wow.
Yeah.
Big difference.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. We're northward.
Of course, I had to go a little bit to, Buckridge when I was, over in that one.
Right. Yeah.
I run this, weird child.
Yeah.
What's your house?
They do.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you. A shark. Wow, you got Versace or something? No. No, I wish, but no.
So. There was.
Yeah. But yeah. Oh, okay, it works. Careful. Yeah. Oh.
I'm at, council meeting. If you wanna see it.
Okay, yeah, that's great. Yeah, there it is. Larry, I told them. We're good. Trying what? No way. Oh, yeah, there he is. How's Rob? He's very good. I can't believe it. Yeah. Oh, I know. Feeling it? Oh, yes, okay.
Yeah, that we were at.
Yeah. Oh. Maybe you wanted to hear the.
That's a good one. Minus, wow. Like a regular plane.
Bob. Yeah, she does. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me see. Very well, thanks. How you doing? Great.
But even so, we should.
Then we had TV.
Oh, yeah. Pretty quick, though. This is true. Yeah. With great
Use that one. You'll see. Yeah. Yeah. My goal. Yeah.
Hey. What? I don't think she made it. Well, you started. Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's up, Black?
All right, 6:30. Pledge allegiance to the flag
United States of America,
to the
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I wish to announce that the 48-hour notice as required under the Open Public Meetings Act was emailed to the Asbury Park Press, the Co-Star, and the New Coaster on December the 7th of 2023. That a copy has been placed on the bulletin board in the borough office and that a copy has been filed with the municipal clerk. As a courtesy to the public, this meeting may be attended via Zoom. If for any reason the Zoom portion of this meeting fails or is disconnected, the in-person meeting will continue and action can and will be taken, providing there is an in-person quorum. Mr. Noble? Here. Mr. Gubatose?
Here.
Ms. Mahoney? Here. Mr. Weber?
Here.
Mayor Fox?
Here. Okay, good evening, everybody. I'll do our commercial announcement to start and then we'll get going here. I try to emphasize this at every meeting that although we welcome disagreement because it helps us think things through from a different perspective, our voice should be constructive. And we all want a brighter Bradley Beach and ask just to join us in that journey. Ask everybody to gauge their tone going forward. Excuse me. We are all neighbors. Ms. DeMarco's excused tonight. She's ill. Hopefully, there's a bug going around and hopefully that's not caught up to her. But hopefully she'll be back in tomorrow. Welcome to our 5th meeting of the year. We continue to celebrate Women's History Month with a little March Madness. Congratulations to one of our summer residents, Chris Daly. Chris is the associate head coach of University of Connecticut. They just won the Big East tournament on Monday and are headed to the NCAA tournament, Division I. Chris has been a associate head coach at UConn for some 35 years as a Rutgers grad, and she's had a house here or a condo here on Ocean Park for some years now. Also want to congratulate another woman leader in the sports world. That's Meg Barber. She's the NYU women's basketball coach. Her team's playing in the Division III Final Four tomorrow night in Columbus, Ohio. Her team is 29-0 and is the favorite to win the tournament. They haven't gotten to the Final Four since 2007, so it's a big deal. It's her 4th or 5th year, so we wish those women leaders success in the coming weeks. Tonight, we will, as previously communicated, be trying some new approaches to our meeting process. This is our first official department readout of an important team, our Public Works team. I see a number of the Public Works team in the building, so that's great. So if we have a detailed question, we can point to those folks right over there. Yeah, that's right. In addition, we have one of our key commissions, the Shade Tree Commission, is going to provide an update. We'll continue to ask everybody to help us with clock management. Another kind of March term, and we all ask you to work with us in the coming weeks and months on that. So with that, we've got no workshops for tonight. We do have 2 presentations. The first, as I said, is the Department of Public Works. This will be the first in the series. I believe next month we're having recreation followed by police. I'm not sure, but I know we've got a lineup. I know Biagio Cafone, who's been our public works supervisor for how many years, Biagio?
A lot.
A lot of years. Well, supervisor for a while.
For about
6 years.
6 years supervisor, yeah, but a lot of years in total, yeah.
I'm gonna get to that, please don't mess up my.
And as I said, there's a number of these key guys in the room, and we really appreciate what they do, so I won't take any more of your thunder. G. Roll on. Yeah, so we got two screens, so you can just, I would,
Got some handsome guys there.
Oh, yeah.
hey, yeah, we need to get that, yeah, let's get all that stuff on the side off, please.
Working on it.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Okay,
Thanks.
you're gonna introduce Andrew too, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Andrew and I have gone over this ad nauseum for the last 3 or 4 days, and somehow we're still petrified to do this. We're in this turn, so we're gonna do the best we can. It's not our strong suit, but we'll do the best we can. For those of you not know me, I'm the guy for the Department Supervisor of Public Works. I just completed my 28th year on March 1st. And I'd like to thank the residents of this community, governing, for allowing me to raise my family, and you guys have been very respectful to me throughout the years. I like to feel like I've been that back. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank my public work employees, my men and women in my department, my assistant supervisor, Patrick Allen, who's been with me he's been here 27 years. I couldn't do it without him. I have Dana, my office manager. Without her, Andrew, myself, and Patrick would be lost. That's a fact. And I want to thank everybody else, from my sanitation department, to my custodial employees, to my street department employees. I just want to say thank you, because without them, we would not look as good as we do.
Absolutely.
Um,
My name is Andrew Needs. I'm the sanitation foreman for Public Works. I've been in this position for 6 years now. Pretty much after G took over. I'm on my 17th year now for the borough, and honestly, I love my job. I love the town. It's a privilege to work in this town every day. I look forward to many, many more years.
just a quick little side, and we're not gonna take up too much time.
No.
Just a little quick side note. When I took over, we kind of had the sanitation thrust upon us. And, I went into Andrew, I said, Andrew, I think this job would be perfect for you. Make us look good. It was a very simple conversation. I said consistency is the most important. Treat the residents with respect, and I think he's absolutely done that with his employees that work so hard for him. That makes everybody, We're gonna do a PowerPoint presentation. I'm 53. This is the first one I'm doing. I'm hoping this is the last one.
You're up again in October.
Oh, no.
So we'd like to start with our project and capabilities. We'll start with the Carmen Aviation Center. We had youth issues there, which created some mold issues. And we worked hand in hand with the remediation company. When they completed their work, there was sheetrock, obviously, that had to be removed. Ceiling tiles that were moved throughout the entire building. Molding taken off, flooring taken off, windows that had to be reset. We had to reroute all the HVAC so that the building is comfortable for everyone that works there, for the seniors that go there, all my friends. And, basically the men and women did an amazing job for that. Sylvan Lake, we take care of, I have some notes. So at Sylvan Lake, we did a partial retaining wall a few years back. We also installed a sprinkler system for the lawns, and we do a seasonal planting every year to try to make that look as good as we possibly can. Fletcher Lake Bridge, with the assistance of Neptune Public Works, we reconstructed the entire bridge. It's a little hairy at times. We had to work at it with both. We almost fell in a few times, but we got it done, and it absolutely came out amazing. And I can't thank the men and women enough for their work on that. The recreation center, we remodeled that roughly about 3 years ago.
It was about 3 years.
3 years ago, we had a major water leak that destroyed a lot of it, and we rebuilt it, and
It was a long time coming.
yeah, it was a long time.
It needs some work, so that was basically a complete gut.
Yep, complete touchdown. The Main Street, we take care of the papers in front of our, all home buildings, rec center. We take care of the curbs and also we do some road repairs. The beachfront, we've installed new stairs, sidewalks, we did the pads, as you can see here, to make it a little easier for people to get to the showers and to get to the loading mats. And we try to do what we can in that aspect. Park Place Avenue Sewer and Asphalting Project is going on currently. We're assisting the contractor and engineers, anything that we can do to make that job easier, we do. Lake Ferris Park, that's going on currently. Again, work side by side with them and just to try and make it get done as quickly as possible. So everyone who wants to enjoy that park will have the opportunity to do so. Capabilities. So we have, we do a lot of our own electrical work in-house. We do our own HVAC. We have a plumber, not a licensed plumber, but we have plumbers that know as much as licensed plumbers. We have a mechanic on staff who's actually our longest current tenured employee, Lawrence Graham, has been here 29 years, 1 year more than I have. He's still a go-to guy, and I appreciate him every single day. Carpentry, we have a carpenter on staff. Masons, unfortunately, I've been doing that for way too long, my body's showing the wear and tear on that. Sewer maintenance, so that our sewer lines run properly. And again, project management, we can, go to that as far as the Park Place Avenue project, Lake Terrace project. And customer service is always first and foremost, what we do.
And we have a lot of talented guys that are interchangeable with a lot of these, these talents. Guys that are, landscapers, plumbers, they know a little bit of everything, so, we're pretty lucky to have them.
This is some departmental responsibilities. I'm gonna leave tracking the site plan to the end. I'm gonna let Andrew say a few things on that we want. Building maintenance, obviously we have, a bunch of buildings in town that we make sure we maintain and make it safe for all the residents of the community, and for the employees. Snow removal. It doesn't snow anymore, so I don't even know why. We should put rain.
Michelle, take that off.
Landscaping, obviously. Leveling of the lakes, we are prominent in Fletcher Lake and Sylvan Lake as far as when storms are coming. I discuss it with the OEM. And we go over, when we should lower it, how much we should lower it. We don't base it on how many inches of rain we're getting. It depends on how high the water table is. So there's a lot of factors that go into that, we really take into account. But that's very important. Obviously, we saw when we had that storm September 29th, it was 10 inches of rain. You'd have been beating to not have that lake overflow at that point. Sidewalks, we construct sidewalks throughout town, we do our seasonal planting. Obviously, we have the leaf and brush pickup. We just started brush, actually, March was our first pickup. It's a little light, so,
There's two next.
There's two next ones, and remember, special events, we help and assist any of the committees or, any organizations that have events, we work side by side with them. To do the best we can and make it as successful as possible. We do a lot of work with the insurance company that the borough has, and we make sure that we meet all OSHA standards on all of our equipment. And make sure it's safe for the men and women of our department and for the residents of the community. That's absolutely first and foremost. And we also work with the engineers. Anything on this page?
Trash and recycling, I said a little bit before about it, I don't need to get into. We're out there 5 days a week, these guys sitting out here, they work their asses off, excuse my language, Mayor. But they, they're out there in every kind of weather, rain, snow, heat. And honestly, yeah, like you said before, they make us look good. So I just want to thank you guys.
Michelle?
Okay, so by the way, I have to thank Michelle for putting this together.
Yeah.
She 100% was instrumental in doing this. When they said you wanted to do a PowerPoint, I'm like, what is that? And Michelle 100% helped us out, so thank you, Michelle. Municipal collaboration, so I have to be completely honest, I've been here, again, 28 years, I don't have to keep repeating that. But I've never had a better relationship with these boroughs as we have today. It's unbelievable. We work side by side with Belmar. We just assisted them at their St. Patrick's Day Parade. We've done that every year now for, I don't want to say it, I could be wrong, but it's been quite a while. When they had a sand issue on the beachfront, you know, Belmar doesn't have the luxuries we have on our beachfront with bulkheading and our big dunes. Their sand goes right up to the boardwalk. They had sand all over their board, so we assist them on that. They do all the mechanical work on the jet vac, which is our sewer maintenance truck. They do all the mechanical work on that. So we work side by side. Avon, listen, they're right next to us. There isn't anything we don't do for each other. Neptune, big company there. They do tremendous amount for us. They videotape a lot of our sewer lines, which has helped us and saved us a ton of money. I'm sorry, I have my back.
Oh, you're good.
We got you.
But they have assisted us for years with the video truck, and that costs an extreme amount of money. They've done it for, since we did a shared service with them. Asbury Park, Neptune City, the same. It's basically, we work side by side.
Yeah, they're all fun
Yeah.
all the way. It's similar, same with us.
Excellent relationship, and we strive for that all the time, because a lot of things Neptune have, we don't have. A lot of things Belmar needs, we provide. It goes both ways.
Right.
Okay, so, this is Department of Public Works capital request. I don't know if everybody can see that, Mayor and Council. You can see that. This basically is self-explanatory. I'm asked to put together a capital request. And what I do is I try to provide the borough with what I believe needs to get done. To provide safety for the residents and for, any vehicles that are on the road. If there's a road that's in need of repair, I make sure that I let them know. Some of this equipment that's here, it's stuff that we need as a supervisor. When I'm, it's something that you have to understand that every vehicle has a life expectancy. And we need to make sure that we let them know it's a 10-year cycle. It may be on its 12th year, but we try to keep the vehicles in the best shape we possibly can to not, give another burden to the residents of this community for, to be able to have to buy this for us. So we try to, I'm not big on spending money. I'm just not. But sometimes you do need things. So this is part of our capital request. If anybody wants, if any of you have any questions on that, I know I was asked to.
Yeah, the only one, this replace Sylvan bulkhead. One of the conversations we're having right now with the team with Avon is, do we go with the natural shoreline on the east part of Sylvan? So that's a project that's ongoing. That would eliminate that need.
Yeah.
Right now, I think the phasing, and I don't think I've had a chance to speak about this. The phasing looks like we would do maybe the first third of Sylvan on our side, leave the bulkhead that we already have that we've done there, and let's just see how it goes. So there seems to be pretty good alignment on that. So we could probably avoid that cost.
Yes.
Which is a good thing.
Yeah.
That's one that I had. I think there was another question.
Gee, just a quick question, the footnote, the Porsche, Cafone, Porsche, just curious.
So,
I think you drove a 10 to 12-year-old truck your first 5 years. Of
yes,
supervisor,
I
so
did.
these sheets-
Sometimes to a fault. And really, you have to, you have to tread lightly. If you keep something too long, you lose the value, the trading value, and sometimes it's counterproductive. So we try to keep up on that the best we can. but we also don't want to burden the residents with purchases that you don't need yourself.
Plans for parking while they're here, or do we have to wait till?
You have to wait. Yep, thanks.
Michelle? So this is the budget, I gotta be completely honest, I'm gonna do a couple of notes that Meredith had given me.
Yeah, I can tag team with you if you need to. I'm pretty familiar with it.
So before the mayor, speaks about this, I'm gonna, Meredith had left me a note, so, I'm gonna kind of read it, she says, Falcon Point budget that I DPW had approximately 100,000 in savings. And it was split almost 50/50.
In 2023, in 2023.
2023.
Right.
And it was split almost 50/50 between salary and wages and other expenditures. The 50,000 savings in salary and wage was, we lost a very valuable employee and we did not replace him. We wanted to see how much we could do with some part-time employees, and it worked out. It's been a bit of a strain, but it's worked. And the 50,000 other expenses was just basically tightening our belt, doing more projects in-house.
Yeah, I mean, so the budget, I can just cover for you guys, so that I think Meredith is gonna cover it. It's about $1.8 million annually, salary and wages over $1 million of that, so this is a very people intense, although the percentage of other expenses here is higher than other departments because of the equipment and supplies and all that stuff. The 24 temporary budget, we're gonna, we allot between 25 and 30% that we can spend against this until we finalize our budgets and get those approved. But you know, it's a good budget picture from y'all that you did tighten your belts last year. We've been very headcount conscious, and so it's about $1.1 million expenditure on people, and about $600,000 of all the things you guys buy and maintenance and all that. So that's pretty much the budget story for it, and we'll see more about that when we get into the 24 budget.
Question, are you finished with the presentation?
Yes, we have finished.
Okay, so I don't have a question for you, but I did, and especially since the audience can't ask questions at this point, I just want to comment on one or two other things. Most of you probably know stories like this, but I just want to make sure that, you know, I get a chance to speak up for our DPW crew. Gee, you didn't mention the way you guys basically stepped up a couple of years ago and helped us create the Maritime Force. And what most people probably don't know is the Maritime Forest was basically a lot of weeds and a parking lot. And the parking lot was actually creating some sustainability concerns for our environmentalists, because it was, you know, it was cement or whatever it was, you know, blacktop.
Blacktop on top of blacktop.
Yeah, and you know, it was being used for either our own DPW equipment and maybe some of the lifeguards were parking there, whatever. But and I was brand new on the council, so 4 years ago, and came to G and I said, is there anything we could, I had the environmentalists, including Councilperson Weber, telling me, hey, you know, it'd be great if we could get rid of that parking lot. And G didn't blink. I asked him if we could do it, and he said, done, you know, we'll get it done. We had to work, you had to coordinate a little with Dickie Johnson and others, but number one, we owe you all that debt of gratitude, plus all the restoration work that was done and now the ongoing maintenance. You guys kind of created a beautiful thing for the borough, but you created more work for yourselves. And as far as I know, you didn't hire any more bodies to get that done, so.
We hired a fox that's in there.
So I wanted to call that particular accomplishment out. And another thing that I think we're all very proud of is that we were able to name it after former Mayor Julie Schreck.
And that sign is beautiful.
It's-
I don't know if
yeah.
you guys have seen that sign lately. We can never get a different sign like that. That sign is amazing. It
Yeah.
hasn't changed one iota.
It's-
3 years.
One
It's
iota.
holding up great in the weather. The other thing that I think we as council have a unique perspective on regarding you guys, and that is our engineers over my 4 years on council have told me repeatedly, you guys, the town of Bradley Beach doesn't appreciate what you have, or you don't appreciate it enough. Because they tell me, and they tell most of us, other towns, their DPW, they don't have the skills. You went through a skill inventory, carpentry, cement work, plumbing, electrical. The things our DPW guys can tackle and take on that others don't, other towns can't, saves us an incredible amount of money. And the interesting part to me is, as I mentioned, it's our engineers who keep telling us that. So I'm very well aware of it because of that, but I just wanted to make sure everybody understands. You go beyond the other things you've already shared with us as the public. And then finally, we haven't done this yet, but I just want to make sure the DPW folks in the audience, can you all just take a stand so we can applaud all of you? Thank you all very much, and G, for your first PowerPoint presentation. Great job.
Yeah.
Andrew, great job.
Gee, there is one thing I want to just talk to for a second, that's Sylvan Lake, and it also ties into the Ocean Park McCabe deal. You talk about capability and project management, that's a really good example of, you all didn't do the outfall pipe on McCabe and Ocean Park, but you were intimately involved in it, and you really helped with the project.
We fought on that day.
Yeah, and the other is on the Sylvan Lake. We're dealing with the short-term issue, but the longer-term issue that we're gonna be into next year. I know you guys are gonna be very involved in that. It's not as difficult in the context of people, in, the summertime, that spot, but it wasn't as dangerous as the Ocean Park McCabe, but you all will be very involved in that too. It's probably gonna be next spring, yeah. So we appreciate that very much. Thank you. So, great. You guys did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna move
Councilman Weber
to,
stands up.
Councilman Weber, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you. Biagio, Andrew, everybody that's there, great job, and thanks very much and appreciate it. I just have a couple of quick questions while I have the chance. You mentioned leveling of the lakes, and I just want to confirm, so even though we share the lakes with other towns, am I right that it is Bradley Beach's job to lower the lakes as needed? Is that right? Or does Neptune ever come over and lower Fletcher, or does Avon ever come over and lower Sylvan?
Neptune does a tremendous amount for us. It's something that we took on and we monitor. So yes, we do it, but if I needed, Dave Nomo, who's the supervisor for their public works department, I said, Dave, listen, I have nobody to get over there. He'd be there in a second. But currently we are monitoring, yes, on both sides.
Okay, so they have the ability, but it sounds like it's usually us.
Correct. And it's safe.
Okay, because this is.
Because Al calls me, or Al, the supervisor of public works, he called me, says, Biagio, you handling the lake today? I say yes. And if he were to handle it, he'll say, Biagio, we'll take care of it. We have like I said earlier, a very good working relationship.
Okay, and just I bring it up in the context of the Fletcher Lake Commission. They've been getting a lot of questions about lowering the lakes and some people unsatisfied. They're on the Ocean Grove side, but they've been getting flooded. And I mean, I know we've had some events that there's nothing that we could have done, that's last September. But there's been some events since then, and people feel like there could be more lowering of the lake. And I'm just a messenger here. You don't have to answer me. I'm just saying that's why I brought it up. Because they're getting it at the Fletcher Lake Commission. I have one other, not really a question so much as a comment.
I want to respond to that real quick.
Sure.
So the lake, it's not as easy as, we're gonna see rain, there's 2 inches of rain, and we're gonna go there and lower the lake 2 inches. It's not as easy as that. We have a lot of variables that we need to deal with. There's wildlife in there, there's fishes in there, there's turtles. If we lower the lake for an upcoming storm and it doesn't rain, there's a lot of other things we would have to deal with. It's just not as easy as seeing rain or the OEM coordinator calling me up saying, hey, Biagio, it's gonna rain. It's a real balancing act. And that also to mention, you have to play the tides. If you're gonna go there, they say to us, hey, listen, we need you to lower the lake. If the tide is high, I don't care what we do, you can't lower the lake. It's a major balancing act. It's not as easy as them saying, hey, we're upset, they didn't lower the lake. It just doesn't work that way, unfortunately.
Oh, no, I fully appreciate that. So thanks. And then the one other thing is a comment, the Shade Tree Commission, they are obligated to have it's really the town to maintain a certain number of CEUs, continuing education units. And you know, they're volunteers and they do that, but it would be helpful if one or two people in DPW could take a tree, maybe it's a tree trimming course or just some basic course that's offered by the DEP, because that helps us out when they ask us about CEUs. I mean, there's only 5 people on the commission. I mean, but we have commissioners. I mean, you know, the 5 volunteers taking courses. Sometimes we have the liaisons taking courses, but they're asking about the whole town when the state asks us to assess. So if there's any way that the staff can take a course every once in a while, it helps us for the year for the CEUs that we need to maintain our accreditation with the state. So if nobody's taken it in a while, please consider that and pick who you want to learn more about trees. And it really just helps the Shade Tree Commission and the whole town.
Thanks, Chief. Okay, great job, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. If you guys want to start bailing out, that's okay. I know you're working pretty hard. Our next, so we're trying to tag team this between our direct departments and also the key commissions and boards. So tonight we have asked the Shade Tree Commission to talk about 2023, and I think Larry, you're gonna handle that. And you have anything up for the?
Yeah, I do have one.
Okay, Michelle. It's our clicker. We yelled down the hall.
Okay, well, unlike DPW, I did not spend the last few weeks trying to pull this thing together. I did about 15 minutes yesterday.
I think it's so bad, Larry.
I've been doing these things all my life, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's pretty good.
Good.
Thank you. So, Bradley Beach Shade Tree Commission, what do we do? Why do we exist? We are the advocate for the trees canopy here in town. Our goal is to keep, maintain, and grow the canopy throughout the town, and taking as much benefit from the presence of trees as we can. Shade, water retention, and disposal, and so forth, and the beauty as well. So that's really kind of what we do. Was asked to talk about the 2023 accomplishments. We'll get into that, but I'll give you a little bit of background, so if we can go forward. I forgot to, for those people who don't know me, I'm Larry Bagwell. From a commission standpoint, it takes a village. I'm not alone. I'm very honored to work with some very dedicated people who are members of the Shade Tree Commission. And including 3 of the 4 council members that we have been our liaisons over time. And the team members that I have on the commission, they're very dedicated and volunteers. So, you know, they're doing this, you know, for our town. We're not getting rewards for it, except for the rewards of our own fruits of the tree. So it does take a lot of folks here, all very active, very dedicated. What are some of the things that we do? We do have a Shade Tree Commission, Shade Tree Ordinance that's been in place for a number of years. We are looking to enforce it and grow it and to ensure that everybody is following the outline of the ordinance itself. We are responsible for the planting strips that are all over town, as well as public areas as far as tree plantings. We also help the residents with the tree plantings and removals from private property. And so in order to do that, we're there as advocates and a source of information as well. We do have a web page on the borough website where we keep some very important reference information, and reference materials for the residents, so that they can help determine things like what types of trees will do much better here in Bradley Beach than would in let's say Morristown. We have high salt content in the air as well as high wind. So not every tree thrives in areas like that. So we do help to advise residents on the right type of trees to like to select. We hold events to inform the public about what we do. We want to get them engaged. We like to see them being engaged and helping us help the town. So moving on. In history, there was a Shade Tree Commission here in Bradley Beach prior to about 2012. It disbanded at that time and reformed back in 2020. I've actually been a member of the reformed Shade Tree Commission since 2020, and happy to be doing it. And what we did when we regrouped, we kind of started from scratch. We built a lot of programs. We came up with different programs to help to again engage the public in what we're doing and to help us achieve our goals. We do receive a budget from the town. It's about 10,000 per year, but we were also self-funded. And you know, one of these days you guys are on the fund village. We do have we do receive fees from the applications that we have. We also receive funding from the Honorary Tree program that we have, which is very important. It's been very well received throughout the town. We also have assessments that are in line. This is not just something that Bradley Beach does. We are in line with the state regulations on tree removals and applying assessments where you can and should when trees are being removed and not replaced. Between the time of 2020 and 2023, we've been successful in planting about 150 trees so far. However, we have to keep in mind that in addition to the trees that we're planting, we're also approving the removal of trees. So the progress that we're making is not as speedy as we'd like. You know, our net trees every year is much smaller than the actual. Every year we plant probably between 50 and 70 trees, and the net result is usually 20 to 25 trees with all the removals that we have. In 2021, we earned the status of Tree City USA, which is national recognition of a town which is dedicated to the preservation of trees, and again being the advocate for expanding our program within town. We were successful also in obtaining a $15,000 grant so that we could do a tree inventory. What's the importance of that? Well, we want to say that we're improving the town, that we're making progress to our goals. How do we do that? You have to have a starting point. And the inventory gave us just that. We have an exact inventory of all the trees in town on public properties, planting strips, not on private property. And so we are keeping track of our progress in expanding the planting of trees in public spaces and private spaces. We also as a Shade Tree Commission, we do participate in the regional Shade Tree Commission meetings that take place in Manasquan. It has Avon, Belmar, Asbury, Neptune, many of the shore communities participating in that. We share our programs, they share theirs with us, and it helps us to refine our own programs and think of other things that we can do. We move on. In 2023, applications we reviewed was 42. We planted 76 trees between the two. We typically have two planting events every year, one in the spring and one in the fall. With that, we planted 76 trees. We removed 37. One of the things I think is very important, again, we're a volunteer commission, and we enlisted the help of about 40 volunteers for those, spring planting events. Some people come out every event, some are only out for one, whatever they can make, we're happy to see it. But it is, that's the way we get things done. One of the programs that we started last year was, the trees older than Bradley Beach. Kind of along the theme of the 130-year anniversary for Bradley Beach. So, we had, Nick Cortez, was the head of that, program. And we've identified a number of trees in Bradley Beach that, based on a formula that we use to measure the age of the trees itself, we can see if the trees are older than Bradley Beach or not. We kind of determine the age of the tree. And we've got plaques for those trees that we are in the process of placing on those trees, giving some of the residents recognition. They all seem to be pretty excited about it when they find out, hey, I got an old tree, and it's a kind of badge of honor for them. And again, it's about their community engagement, and we think that that's helpful. Other events that we participate in, we do have an annual Arbor Day event, which is in April. This year's is in April 26th, but it's at the Second Avenue Park. Come join us. We'll be dedicating a tree to the Bradley Beach Elementary School senior class. And we also have a proclamation for Arbor Day that the mayor comes in and does a speech for us. Some of the things, the other events that we participate in, Earth Day, and also news events. We've engaged the Co-Star and the Coaster with interesting articles, things that we're doing. We have a Tree of the Month that we've been doing now for quite a while. And again, it's creating a lot of buzz, creating a lot of excitement with the residents. Just being very proud of what we're doing for our town. For those of you who haven't seen it, this is the medallion that we use in our Omni Tree program. Folks will typically get them in memory of someone or something and so forth, but we attach it to the low branches of the tree, and it's meant to last for quite a while. The program has been very well received. Word of mouth is expanding the program. We get anywhere between 5 and 10 trees per year as honorary trees. We do have this is a revenue source for us as well to help plant even more trees in town. We can advance. One army tree was over in Second Avenue was planted in honor of the Holocaust victims, and a dedication ceremony was held. Very well received, and again got some recognition from the town. Okay, 2024. We'll do the, as I mentioned, we have the annual Arbor Day celebration. We'll do on April 26th with the elementary school free dedication, Earth Day participation, and again, that's community outreach and engagement. That's what we're trying to do. Spring and fall planting events, Tree of the Month, the Regional Shade Tree Commission participation quarterly. This year we're focused on updating the shade tree ordinance to be better aligned with the state ordinances that do help to manage the shade tree activity. And also one of the other things that we're looking to do is when we first re-engaged back in 2020, we got a lot of comments from residents saying, we didn't know we had a shade tree commission. We didn't know we had a shade tree commission. And so therefore, since that time, we've done a number of mailings. Hopefully all residents here have seen those mailings where we send out some information, try to engage with our wishing tree program and our army tree programs. We've done that through the sewer bill and the tax bill mailings that happened at the beginning of the year. This year we missed it because you guys are too efficient. You got it out beforehand, ahead of time. So, but we won't make that mistake again. But the other thing we're gonna look to do is we're sharpening up the ordinance, because now people do know about the ordinance, and like I said, it will help us to strengthen the use of the ordinance and and also make sure that, you know, if people choose not to replace trees, that they'll be paying into the fund with assessments, so that we can plant trees elsewhere throughout the borough. Just as from a statistics standpoint, for an urban area such as ours, the canopy cover target for us is about 39 or 40%. And that's 40% of the town covered with a canopy from the trees. Right now, we're about 14%. So we've got a long way to go. And again, the net result of the trees that we plant is we're only getting a net of 20 to 30 trees per year. It's gonna take us a little while. And so if anybody else wants to get more trees in it, by all means.
Larry, can I ask you a question on that?
Yes.
That point? Is there any consideration, because we're a short town, this first block or two, generally, we don't have a lot of trees on those first couple of blocks. Is there any consideration for that, or it's just kind of a straight up formula?
I've never asked that question, but it's a great question. We can ask, we do have the Bill Brash, who's our arborist, he probably would be able to help with that.
Yeah, because I know third block back, you've got a lot more success.
Yeah,
in
the
parks.
first two blocks, very difficult to find the right species that will thrive in that environment, that climate, sure.
Okay, all right, thank you,
But yeah, I'll put it there.
thank you.
I would be remiss if, and I'm sorry that I followed you instead of preceded you, because we couldn't do this without Bradley DPW. So thank you, your whole crew. They're a big help to each one of our planting events. They help us get organized and do all the plantings. Can't say enough about the Bradley Beach Shade Tree volunteers, the commission members. They are dedicated people, very knowledgeable as well. So we're much luckier than some other towns that just have people who are interested in helping the plant tree. We have actually skilled resources on our tree. The Bradley Beach Borough assistants, you know, they know who they are, Kathy, Michelle, and Meredith, you know, all helping us make sure that we process everything correctly. Our borough liaisons, Jane, John, and in the past Al, and again, all of our volunteers, it just wants, you know, can't thank you enough. Any questions?
I got one or two.
Yeah.
Tree City, we've continued to be a tree city, right?
Yes, we have.
So once we
Yeah.
got that
That's
designation, we
correct.
just maintain it?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, but there is criteria that we need to meet each year. One of the things that we talked about was CEUs that John brought up before. We also have to have a minimum budget per resident.
Right.
As well as, you know, certain activities, in order to qualify for that. So
Okay.
we've been lucky each year so far.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Hey, Larry,
Me?
quick question. Some of the statistics you shared regarding the net growth in trees that, you know, you plant 70, but we removed 35. I know that through your process of reviewing applications for people who want to remove trees, you typically have them replace trees they remove. And I'm wondering,
Yes.
are you counting the replacement trees as ads, or?
No, that's the net. No, those replacements, those are net, nothing venture, nothing gain, but it's the net from those that remove that don't replace.
The net, okay, so net, we've lost, say, in that 1 year,
Yes.
35 trees.
Yes.
Okay,
And, you know, going to the ordinance, one of the things that we hope to be able to fix in the ordinance is, there's a lot of construction going on in this town. People coming in and clearing the entire lot. And we know that there's a program in Spring Lake where, when someone does that down in Spring Lake, the homeowner actually, puts money into a fund. They calculate the value of the trees, and it's not the assessments that we get, which is $500,000. I mean, they're talking, the homeowner may wind up needing, to put, $10,000 to $20,000 into in the fund. So that once the construction is done, they assist the homeowners in choosing and planting the trees. So we hope to do something similar to, make sure that, those people that are clearing the lots. And unfortunately, the big difference between us and, Spring Lake is a little bit more property down there, for the average lot. Here, people are expanding to 60% of lot. As covered, and leaving very little room for trees. So we have to look for sources elsewhere to plant.
I just want to, again, I know others may have questions, but just while I'm speaking, I want to call out number one, you, for the wonderful job you've done just leading the commission for the past year or two, right? It's been at least a year.
Yeah,
Year and a half. I know I see Nick sitting in the audience. Nick, would you mind just doing a quick stand up just so we can applaud you guys as well? Shauna Greenblatt, a former volunteer who was responsible almost single-handedly.
Think about landing the numbers and helped us really get started. Just again, these things just didn't happen. A lot of hard work to pull this program together.
And I recall, Sean, in particular, you basically drafted that whatever application for the $15,000 tree inventory single-handedly, as I recall.
Yes.
And I'd be remiss without also mentioning Dr. Heflick, who first started as chair when this whole commission was reinvigorated.
Right.
So and between his leadership and now yours, you guys have all these things you've been talking about. The tree of the month, and I know Ms. Council President DeNoble's been very involved in that, but such creativity that you guys have brought to this, the tree of the month and the coordination with newspapers and the trees older than Bradley Beach. It's just fascinating to watch the progress you've made and the work you've done. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll echo that as well. You guys are amazing. It's a blessing for this town to have trees being planted again. A lot of trees we were losing very quickly. And I also like to thank Public Works while they're here because they unload the trees. They dig the holes. They put the mulch around. They bring the water bags. They water. So thank you guys. We couldn't do it without you. And thank you again, Larry, for a great presentation and a great commission.
Thank you. Couldn't do it without you guys.
Oh,
Thanks,
my
Larry.
pleasure.
One question, Larry, sorry. Larry, the 130-year-old trees, I thought that was wonderful when the plaques came in. Just two quick questions. If you found a tree that wasn't quite 130 years old, like say it was 128, did you kind of mark that within 2 years that would be a 130-year-old tree and then that would get some kind of plaque? Oh, or maybe Nick, okay, no, all right. And is a 130-year-old tree protected? So it was really interesting when you said to me, people come in, clear a lot to build. Can you cut down a 130-year-old tree?
Great question. The only way that it can be prevented is for the tree to, as far as to apply for heritage status for a tree that's that old. And we haven't done that yet for anything, but that is a way to do it. But if there's nothing to prevent someone from saying.
This would make a great porch instead of a tree. Okay. All right, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, we'll move to the next agenda item, approval of minutes. We have the February 28th, 2024 council business meeting minutes. Have a second to approve those.
Second.
Ms. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes,
Mr. Weber?
Yes,
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2020, February 28th, 2024 executive session meetings, executive session minutes, I'm sorry. Make a motion to approve the February 28th, 2024 executive session minutes.
Second,
Mr. Noble?
yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
yes,
Mr. Weber?
yes,
Mayor Fox?
Yes. March 3rd, 2024 special meeting minutes, make a motion to approve.
second,
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
yes,
Mr. Weber?
Yes, but I don't think Ms. Mahoney can vote because she wasn't there. If we're,
Oh, that's right. I cannot, because I was
Yeah.
not there.
so you have to
No.
abstain.
I abstained.
Thank you.
And-
Mayor Fox.
Abstain. March 3rd, 2024, executive session minutes.
Second,
Ms. Noble,
yes.
Mr. Gubshosi,
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney,
Abstained.
Mr. Weber,
Yes.
Mayor Fox.
Yes. Okay, we'll go to,
There
You
you go.
need to abstain.
That's right.
oh, I'm sorry, I thought I said abstain.
No,
I'm
it's
sorry,
okay.
I'm jumping ahead. I'm sorry, abstain. We'll now move to agenda item 8, public comments pertaining to the 313 agenda item, only 5 minutes, and help us with the clock, please. Just line up in the front, please.
Whenever you're ready. So, Don Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave. I was listening to the Public Works, presentation, and it brought to mind something with the summer coming. Have we thought about doing something about the gas leak blowers? One gas leak blower running for an hour will put out as much pollution as a car driving 1,100 miles. And not to mention noise pollution. So I was wondering, and there are alternatives, you know, you can get electric leaf blowers, okay? No air pollution and much less noise pollution. And there are these things, really old fashioned called brooms that we can also use. Now, it may take a little longer, with a broom, and you may pay a little more in labor costs, but the cost of the planet can't be calculated. So I was wondering if we have looked into that, and if we haven't, why don't?
We have looked at sporadically different DPW pieces of equipment to go electric with. I'm not sure if that's one of those. I can find out.
Yeah, so I mean, if that be something that would, A, help our sustainability profile in the town, and B, I know people, you know, at least online I've seen, are always complaining. I don't live close enough to the beach to hear it, but you know, those things start going off at what, 7, 8 in the morning? On the beach.
The electric ones aren't as quiet as you think they are.
Yeah, I own one, so yeah, I know how quiet they are. They're much quieter than the gas ones. You know, the gas ones, I think, are somewhere around 90 dB or more. The electric ones are much quieter, around 50. So, and even if it's not the noise pollution, Mr. Mayor, 1,100 miles of driving a car for 1 hour of a gas blower. Okay, so
Yep,
you
okay.
guys can look into that, that would be great.
Great
Thank
idea.
you.
Thanks, Don.
Any other agenda questions? Yes.
I noticed in the DPW,
Could you just state? your
oh,
name?
sorry, Cindy with you,
Thank you.
You're welcome. I noticed one of the bullet points, for the various projects I want to do in the upcoming years, had stated the reallocation of the DPW site for $5.4 million. And I noticed, I remember seeing you quoted in the paper not that long ago that you were looking to sell various assets or properties in the town. So my question is, with that, I'm assuming that's what you're targeting. Is that something that will be decided upon between the entire council? Will there be a discussion about what that property should be used for? Or actually, one of my questions honestly was that I wanted to know is, what is really the benefit of wanting to condense that or reallocate it to, I know we talked about it going to the middle. So that was one question. And then additionally with the boardwalk money coming in from the Sylvan Lake grant. Again, you were quoted saying that,
Sylvan Lake grant.
the boardwalk money grant for Sylvan Lake. That,
It's not for Sylvan Lake.
no, it's for the stormwater.
Right.
For the, but you also stated, I believe also in another article that, it was my train of thought. That would require additional bond monies. So my question is, you know, what kind of money are we looking at? You know, it's great to advertise and say, hey, we won this award, but it's not gonna be enough, and we're looking at possibly X million to also bond to, you know, put it in, just, you know, be more transparent about what it's gonna really take to do these projects.
Yeah, I don't think it's a question, yeah, I don't think it's a question of transparency. We need to estimate what that is. And I don't know what that estimate is. Would I say it's double it, the 4.3? Wouldn't surprise me. It's probably $8 million. The question becomes, as a community, do we want to bond $4 million over the next 30 years to protect our south end of our town? I think the answer to that, my answer would be yes, not
Right.
because I live on the south end of town. I live at the 600 block, so it's not
Mhm.
affecting me, but that's something that was in our beach access plan, should be in our master plan, but apparently there was a resolution done a few years ago that it didn't get in there. So it will be more money, but we don't have that estimate at this point. in
And
time.
then I guess, like I said, if you could speak to the other point of the DPW, you know, what really,
Yeah.
what's the ROI on us wanting to condense it, or what do we really need to get out of that?
So the first thing we did was we said and I said this the first day on the job was we're 0.75 mile square town and we've got 2 DPW sites. Doesn't make sense. Why are we using that kind of real estate? So we have done a study and that 5, I don't know if the number is going to be 5, it's going to be 4. If we consolidate everything to the north end. That's all we've done. If we do that, then that other site is open. What do we use it for? Do we sell it? Do we use it for parking? Do we use it for another function? We don't have those answers yet, but that would be that's what we do. But I think it's 2 years out on the capital plan.
Okay.
But we do have a plan.
And also the same thing too, is that if you're looking to perhaps gain, you know, money or sell an asset, you know, yes, it's natural to think we want to go and bring it to the north end, but is the north end worth more money to us if there's something we're gonna actually gain out of it? And just condensing the lot back over to the.
No, we would not want to do that. It's just way too small, that lot. We can't even park in that lot right now. The employees park in Vic's parking lot.
Right. Do we have any, and is anything being still considered with the greenhouse? I mean, I know we've done surveys and people have asked about perfect place for a dog park, something that everybody seems to want in this town. Are we still entertaining that?
That's a question we continue to look at, but
Okay, and
See
then
that,
time frame
yeah.
of when we may try to make a decision on that, instead of keep punching it down the line.
I would like to see it sooner than later. We've established that the greenhouse is defunct. It doesn't work anymore. So I think that's an ideal spot to be considered. In addition, I'd like to say with the DPW yard, I'd love to see it be open space, green acres, maybe parking or enlarging the ball field. And you can get some money from that as well. And as far as spending 5 million, I think we should visit with a Butler building, type of building with, we could put offices and facilities in there. And it could be pretty large and it's very economical. And I don't think we need to build, like we had a presentation of a couple of buildings that look more like a country club to me.
Right.
That are very expensive. They're very pretty.
Right.
But they're a lot of money. So
Absolutely.
these are just things I have in my head.
No, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
my pleasure.
see anybody on the board? Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. I have a question about the bids for the concessions. Are those just pad sites? They're not the trailers anymore. I mean, it's not specific in the resolution.
They're not trailers. If it's trailers, it's the vendor bringing them in.
Okay, they're bringing their own, we have no liability. So
Right.
in that case, does it mean it's leased for the entire year? Like they could stay open for Thanksgiving dinner if they wanted, because we're not touching the trailer.
I don't know the answer to that.
The leases expire each year on October 15th,
Okay,
so that's the item that.
okay, great. But that's a
I
very good.
To answer your question, I amended all the leases basically to not be trailer leases anymore, to be site leases for the season.
Site leases for the season, and were there any specifications for the visual look of these mechanical trailers?
The concessionaires have agreed as approved by the borough, so
Okay.
they have to basically come in and tell us what they're
Okay,
doing.
that's good. For pad sites, the numbers are very good. I want to thank you for that. Ken, and on these two ordinances, 2024-1 and 2024-2, there was no workshop for these. I'm just kind of puzzled. I thought the status is we do a workshop and then we do an introduction, but these were never workshops.
You'll have to ask Councilman.
Those are mandatory state ordinances, right?
Pardon?
You'll have to ask the councilman, Mr.
They're,
Cannon.
they're model ordinances for DEP mandates, so there's really, I mean, the council can do whatever they like, but there's not a lot of workshop. Like stormwater is, that's what's required to be passed. That's
Okay.
what it is.
And both of these have to be reviewed by the land use board, because they are technically land
I
use.
believe so.
Yes.
I don't know, if they do, it says it at the last page of the ordinance. I know the 450 one does.
They
And-
both do.
They both.
Yeah,
they're both-
I mean, on the stormwater management plan, I think we should really contact the DEP and make them aware that Sylvan Lake is merely a retention basin. And it should be handled that way. I mean, we're catching all the water from Route 18, Route 35, Route 71, and it doesn't function as a lake. It's basically a retention basin. And I just wish we could hold the DOT and the DEP to the same standard as they're gonna hold people who build it. It's really not the correct adaptive use for that lake, but thank you very much.
Yes.
Good evening, everybody, 312 Brindley Avenue. I wanted to talk about. Where is it? 2024-69, and why we have to hire another consulting lawyer firm for the bargaining negotiations with 152.
You're asking the wrong person.
Well, you should be going to negotiations, you should know what's going on.
I do.
I have to say, let me just finish this, that with this wonderful presentation that Bee gave us about all the work they've done and the respect that all of us have for them, they deserve a contract. And if we look
Okay,
at the
is
bullet
your
points.
question on,
No,
this
excuse me.
question's on this point?
Excuse me, on the bullet point, it showed salaries and wages for 23, how could they be? They still haven't gotten the contract.
We forecast our
You
costs.
can't, then how can you forecast? You're like cutting off, you're throwing the baby without the bathwater. You have to know what your contract is gonna say. You can't just predict and you're gonna get it.
That's why they call it a forecast.
So I have to ask, did they go to, are they in an impasse?
I really can't say right now because the talks are confidential.
Confidential, right?
Ms. Duffy,
Sorry.
excuse me, Ms. Duffy. I just wanted to give you an answer to your first question, which you were asking about 2024-69 and why there was reference to an attorney. The council has expressed concern based upon the feedback we received from Local 159 about, Local 152, about the behavior of one of the attorneys representing us.
I agree with that, I understand that,
And that's what
but
69 is about.
we have issues with spending money frivolously, not for that reason, but in other reasons in our town. And because negotiations have been dragged on for so long, we have to resort to that, which is sad. Sorry, it's a sad state of affairs. And these young men and women deserve a contract.
I absolutely agree.
Well, then we should go to negotiations more.
Yes,
Beth Kepler, 504 Central Avenue here in town. To follow up on Mr. Cohen's comment in regard to the lake. I'm aware of a comment that you yourself made, Mayor, in regard to fishing in the lake. And that you said that you would never fish in the lake.
in parts of the lake.
Right. And I'd like to know, I see people regularly fishing in the lake with children and I see signs for everything, don't feed the ducks, pick up the poop. You know, signs for everything, but I don't see any signs, letting people know that there's been a litany. I mean, and I know that you have the report, indicating what kind of toxins and chemicals and such that have been found and dredged in the lake that have made it unsafe. And yet I don't see any signs or any kind of warning, letting people know that are not from town, who may not be aware of the situation and have access to the report that you have, that perhaps that should be something that should be considered in regard to the fact that, yes, it's a lake, but as Mr. Cohen said, it is a retention pond. And the fact that, in particular, speaking to the night of September 29th, when you went on, and I still have the video, when you, and the time in which you went on News 12 and commented in regard to the fact that it was not possible that particular weekend to drain the lake because you had said that it was a high tide issue. However, I also have been up here previously and cited specific news reports, which I still have screenshots of, indicating that as early as that Monday and Tuesday of the week, that there were in fact warnings and people saying that there was going to be significant rain coming. And in the past, having lived here since my family has lived here since 1955, there were possibilities prior to the high tide that you were referencing to have potentially drained that lake and mitigated the damage. And you indicated and insisted on the record, and I also have recorded the shots of the video in which you said that and misrepresented that you had in fact drained and indicated that the lake should be drained, when in fact that is not true. So I just want to make that on the record, and I have documentation of everything that I'm saying and can back it up. So I don't want anybody here to misunderstand or misinterpret the facts that you did misinform the public at this meeting and contradicted your own words and statements that you made to News 12 on the news on the evening of, or the afternoon of September 29th.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. Yes,
Not my opinion, fact.
thank you for your opinion.
Facts.
Yes.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. As the Grinch and penny pincher in town. As well as person who believes in being fair. And treating everyone the same. Which we have a big problem with. Is an understatement.
Speak into the microphone.
Better?
You can lower it towards you, yeah.
Thank you.
Bendy.
So to repeat, I'm the Grinch and the penny pincher, and, I believe in treating everyone fairly, which we have a problem with. I do not understand how you can even consider giving free beach badges to St. Rose PGA.
If I may, interrupt you.
No, it's my comment.
I know,
No,
but
but,
I want to tell you that they've been donated already.
Well-
We're removing that off.
well, that's a big problem, okay?
Oh, a personal, a private donor did.
Well, then we don't even need to, get into it, but they're not in town, and then you're gonna open a whole can of worms.
Well said.
So, okay, we'll move on from that. If you're saying private donator, then it should have been removed from here. Which should have happened at the beginning of the meeting. But I would like to reiterate the problems with 2024-69. The fact that we can spend more money on lawyers because someone has been negligent in negotiations while pontificates what a wonderful job DPW does. And that they show up here tonight, not getting paid, is just disgusting, because all that we've spent in attorneys could just give them the raise. And the fact that we hire them, hire an attorney that to go over our attorneys is probably the reason we didn't want that firm to begin with, who also has not responded to my letter to them regarding why we've never sought reimbursements. So once again, here we are wasting money, in my opinion. And again, do not sit here and say what a wonderful job these guys do.
Oh, I will.
Put your money where your mouth is. They're here on their own time, not getting paid, and yet you can't give them a contract for over 15 months. Shame on you.
Any other question? Yes. So,
Julie Titus, 605 North Avenue. A question on 2024-62 and 2024-64.
the tour of Bradley Bike Ride and the Alzheimer's Association walk. I know, on 2024-63 it says this is a pass walkthrough only. For those two events, are DPW and police, being compensated for any, assistance that is needed?
Yes.
So for 2024-63, it is a pass-through only, they do not need,
Mhm.
DPW or police assistance, so they still were required to pay the application fee.
Mhm.
And, they wrote a letter on their letterhead asking for the $2,500 deposit fee to be waived, because that wouldn't be necessary because they didn't need either department.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm sorry, what was your question on the other
So
one?
2024-62 and 2024-64.
Yes, both of those would pay both fees because they're gonna require both
Okay,
assistance.
and we are not then going to reimburse them back their.
No,
deposits.
that's not a reimbursable fee.
Okay, good,
All
perfect.
right.
And my last question is the OEM appointment menu. Does OEM, do they receive stipends? Do they get paid to be on OEM?
Very marginal.
What is it though? So,
It's, I'd have to I'll get you the number, but it's very
Okay.
marginal.
and also, how do people get nominated to be on OEM? Because it seems like we keep putting the same old people onto these boards or commissions, and they're also receiving stipends as well.
As I said, the stipends are very marginal.
It doesn't matter, it's still a paid
Well,
position, they're receiving tax funds from Bradley.
Yes, they apply, they volunteer, and then they're appointed.
Okay, so, and how was there any notification that there was going to be an OEM opening?
For this particular
Yeah.
job? This particular, it's an acting position. We haven't, we're not, it's not gonna be permanent. At this moment in time, it's not permanently filled until we assess some other things.
Okay, but then you will be communicating this then on a regular basis, what is going on with OEM?
Mhm,
So that it's not a backdoor deals with, certain people in town, especially since people are getting stipends to be on this. So these are in effect paid positions.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
very marginal. You're not paid, okay. I thought it was like the person doing the FEMA stuff was getting paid a little bit, yeah.
Just the.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. There's no more, agenda questions. 1 second. I'll go to-
Mayor, if I may explain something about that one resolution, why we didn't remove it. Once the agenda is set, we're not supposed to really change the agenda on the website, so the proper protocol will be to withdraw that resolution. Which is what we're going to do with the badge donation.
Yep.
I just wanted to make sure that was understood.
Thank you. Okay, agenda item 9, ordinances. We have 2. The ordinance, first one is 2024-1, an ordinance amending Article 2 terminology and Article 8 off-street parking, driveway and loading requirements of Chapter 450 zoning of the borough's revised general ordinances to require and regulate electric vehicle supply, service, equipment, and make ready parking spaces pursuant to state law mandates. Make a motion to discussion.
Andrew, word to say, Mayor.
End discussion. We'll get a chance.
Yes, any discussion on this?
I have a quick question. Why is it 2024-1? Was this written in January? That's our first ordinance that we're passing this year. Yeah. I can't believe it. Yeah. I'm like, this seems like I thought we had more already. No, not yet. And then the one that's next is 4. That's actually 2, and I did correct that. Oh, okay, great. All right, then, all right. I can't do corrections on the agenda, just let's see if you want here. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, any other questions? No. Okay, make a
Second.
motion to approve. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, you got it. Okay, Mr. Noble, you're seconding? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Noble? Yes. Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney? Yeah. Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. 2023. I'm sorry, 2024-2, an ordinance amending chapter 396 stormwater management of the borough's revised general ordinances to adopt new regulations consistent with the amendments to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection stormwater management rules. This is an introduction or any questions or any comments? If not, we'll move to, ask for a second on that motion.
Second. Mr. Noble? Yes. Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney? Yes. Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Second. Okay, Communications, there's a communications appointment memo for an acting OEM person until we get ourselves reorganized there. That's a communication. We'll move to resolutions. We've got 9 resolutions on the consent agenda. I'll try to, some of them are a little bit redundant, but I'll just read through them very quickly. We have 2024-58, the award of a bid for volleyball concession license, 2024-59, the award of bid for surf camp concession license, 2024-60, award of bid for Brindley Avenue concession license, 2024-61, award of bid for Newark Avenue concession license, 2024-62, approval of the BBVCA to conduct their Tour de Bradley Beach bike race ride on Saturday, April 20th from 8:30 to 10, 2024-63, approval of Mayor's Place by the Sea to conduct their 5K walk run for Saturday, October 12th, 9 to 11. It's a pass-through, as the clerk had said. 2024-64, approval of the Alzheimer's Association to conduct their annual walk on Saturday, October 7th. I think that's 2024, not 2023, from 6 to 1:30. So that's a correction.
I did that already.
Okay, thank you. Approval of appointment for probationary firefighter Kevin Sarr. You here, Kevin? No. An approval for BBPTA to conduct off premises 50/50 route for Sunday, September 8th, 2024, from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. I'll make a motion to.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I just had a quick question. I think it's probably for our clerk before we vote. Erica, the 3 events, the 62, 63, and 64.
Yep.
The 63, the Mary's Place is clearly indicating it's a pass walkthrough.
Yep.
The other 2 both do require borough
Yes,
resources.
Yep.
And in both instances are people putting down a deposit,
they most certainly are.
2,500?
Yep,
Perfect, thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay.
Second. Mr. Noble,
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. Okay, there's 3 individual resolutions, 2024-67. The approval for the United Fire and Truck Company to apply for a coin toss license permit and to have a coin toss for Thursday, July 4th through Saturday, July 6th at the intersection of Main and Highway 71, Brindley Avenue. Make a motion to approve 2024-67.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yeah.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes. I'll make a motion to table 2024-68, not table, I'm sorry, withdraw. Withdraw, thank you. 2024-68, authorization to adult season badges, to have a second to withdraw.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
Yes, 2024-69, authorizing and signing special counsel Jardim, Meisner, and Susser PC to conduct independent investigation into circumstances surrounding collective bargaining negotiations between Borough and UFCW 152. Somebody, 1 second.
I would like to move that motion, that resolution.
Second.
Wait, I'm sorry, Councilman, what did you, I don't know if I heard what you said. What did you say?
I make a motion.
I said I'd like to move that resolution.
Move it.
Correct.
Are you saying second, John?
I'm sorry, you're not coming in real clear. You're saying you want to move it.
I didn't think that you were making a motion on that resolution. You simply read it, and I thought you
Oh.
weren't making the motion, so I would
Understand.
like to make the motion.
Second.
Didn't come through that way.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox?
No. Announcements, there are none. We'll go to mayor and council reports. Why don't we start with Councilman Weber?
Sure thing. And just give me a second to get my fire and first aid reports. They're in two different places. So for the first aid, for the operational period ending March 13th, 2024, the squad responded to 5 day calls and 5 night calls for a total of 10 calls. 8 were for medical, 2 were fire calls. The squad conducted 1 drill for the safety and education of the membership. There were no out-of-town mutual aid requests, and the squad responded to no mutual aid assistance for this operational period, and they fulfilled 100% of their assignments for that period. I have a fire report that just went someplace. Here we go, fire. For the month ending February 29th, 2024, the fire department responded to 3 day calls and 2 night calls for a total of 5 calls as well. 3 were for fire alarm activations, 1 was for wires down, and 1 was a carbon monoxide alarm activation. The department conducted 1 training for our annual bloodborne pathogen right to know training. There were no mutual aid requests, and this department also fulfilled 100% of their assignments. Both departments are still looking for volunteers. They do offer training to qualified individuals. Anyone wishing to do so should contact through the borough, should inquire through the borough's website. So that is fire and first aid. Fletcher Lake Committee meets tomorrow night. So I don't have a report for them. The shade tree, I will just mention, I think it's been mentioned, but we're having a planting on May 4th. We are going to need volunteers, so please contact me if you want to be a volunteer. I'll let Jane talk about the rest of that stuff. I would like to congratulate the probationary firefighter Kevin Saar tonight for that. And the rest of my council report is going to consist of questions for the mayor. And I think it goes without saying that, you know, some of the most extraordinary things to happen in this town in a very, very long time have happened in the last few months. This is the first meeting that we're having since getting the report from the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office. And obviously that was just a shocking, shocking report. I want to remind everybody that we thought we were getting a report about one incident that happened in November that we thought, that we all saw the body cam footage for, but we got a report that had a lot more than that. It had 9 different instances, and we all read it, so people should know the details. My question for the mayor is, Mr. Mayor, did you actually read that report?
I'll cover that in the executive session.
Okay. So the reason I ask that is because I do not understand in any way how any person could read that report and just think it's okay to let the subject of that report just retire, just no questions asked, just we're going to let you retire. I don't know how that is possible. So I think, you know, this council's still looking for answers, and the people of Bradley Beach are probably still looking for answers. I'm sure people have questions about why we had an emergency meeting, but I hope it is clear that, you know, the clock was being run out on us. And once we realized that and had the report in hand, we did what we had to do. So that is the extent of my report.
Thank you. Councilwoman Molly.
The Environmental Commission did not meet in March. Our next meeting will be April 1st. And Land Use Board will meet on March 22nd. With regard to the report that came out from the MCPO, I was shocked. I'm disappointed that it was held from us for so long. I did ask the mayor immediately when I found out that the chief was going to be put on administrative leave, when we would find out what was going on. And it was held from us until the very last minute. And I was saddened and astounded by what I read in that report. When it comes to the budget, we were told we would get it in time for this meeting, and we still don't have it. I got up here in October and was hoping I would have some idea of a budget very early. And would take me a while to learn about municipal budgets because I come from the corporate side, but to not have anything at this point is just. These two things are so disturbing to me. Because these are big issues. So, that's my report.
Thank you. Council President. I'm sorry, DeNoble. Yeah, sorry.
You okay?
Yep.
Okay, the tourism did not have a meeting, but they are rocking around the borough. And there's shamrocks hidden throughout, and if you find one, bring it to a business and you win a prize. The Shade Tree had a meeting March 6th. They had one application, 201 4th Avenue. They removed 7 trees and they're going to replace them with 7 trees. So that is very good news. They're working on the ordinance modifications, as Larry Bagwell had mentioned earlier. And the spring planting is scheduled for May 4th at 9 a.m. And their account currently has $16,207.74. There was no Bradley Beach Board of Ed meeting, but just some updates. They had coffee talk with the parents, a little parent workshop, and they talked about self-esteem, friendship skills and academic success for their children. They also celebrated Read Across America. They had Camp Read Some More. They camped out, they fished, they sat by the fire, and they read books by the fire, all inside the gymnasium. It wasn't real fire or real fish, but they really read real books. They also had some special guests for each of the students, including Assemblywoman Donlin, Board of Ed member April Davis, and also the Bradley Beach Police Department. And also the 8th graders read to the preschoolers. Great job done by everybody. And that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Tracy.
Thank you. As I made a practice of doing over the last few years, I'm gonna do again tonight. Read prepared statements, because it's very important that the statements I make in these meetings are documented for posterity. You never know when you may need to draw them at a later date. First off, I think a very positive topic that I'd like to share with everyone, and that is our police report. Detective Lieutenant Browning, who's on vacation this week, reported that our canine officers were deployed to assist with sweeps and security measures for both Asbury Park and Belmar St. Patrick's Day parades. I want to say personally that this is an amazing unit that our police department has built from scratch, largely with private funding. Bradley Beach residents should be very proud of what our police department has accomplished. And by the way, these are all my words. I finished the Detective Lieutenant Browning's speech. But our residents should be very proud of what our police department has accomplished and for the recognition and respect that our neighboring municipalities hold for this unit. Our council plan, is to hold a brief workshop, possibly in May, in which our officers can share the story and the successes of our K-9 unit with the public. Captain Arnold had mentioned that at least once, this is at least twice now. So it's fair warning, hopefully in the May timeframe, if your resources are available, I'd love to share that story with the public. A couple more challenging messages I just want to make sure we communicate to the public. One is, we're still waiting for the 2022 audit to be completed. As I stated last meeting on February 28th, the preliminary feedback from our auditor is that our 2022 financial records were a mess. That was basically a quote. As of our status meeting on January 21st, where I was included with the auditor, the auditor was still trying to make sense of our financial records that he could not reconcile, and he was still creating adjusting entries. He is acutely aware of the extremely late timing of his completion of this audit, and he is doing everything in his power to deliver a final report. For now, we must continue to wait as we approach a 15-month wait since the end of 2022. I'm gonna echo some comments that Ms. Mahoney just made regarding the timing of our budget. As I stated in our last meeting, I am once again very disappointed at the timing of the budget delivery this year. The resolution we passed on January 24th, almost 2 months ago, allowed a 1-month delay for this administration to complete the transmission of the budget to the council. Originally, we had agreed on January 27th, and we moved that timing out 1 month to February 27th. Entering tonight's meeting, March 13th, the budget has still not been shared with the council for our review. This is not the way to run a government. This is at least the 3rd consecutive year in which the first budget workshop is late, and to date, the council has not had a chance to review the budget. Yes, this year we have a new CFO, and in no way do my comments reflect on our new CFO. He has a great resume and a track record of delivering results. Given the concerns that our auditor has raised about 2022 audit data, I am actually very grateful to our CFO for all that he has accomplished in his 2.5 months stay with us. However, this very late timing again reflects poorly on this administration. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not be surprised if the budget adoption process runs late into this calendar year again, as it has for the past few years. Once a preliminary budget is delivered to this council, we will need time to analyze the budget, to ask questions about the budget, to receive answers about the budget, and to suggest alternatives. Adoption, again, could take a while. Want to comment on our Fallen Heroes Trust. I'm excited to confirm that since our last meeting, the borough has officially launched our fundraising site in partnership with our Bradley Beach Historical Society. Our thanks go to Mr. Paul Nishampkin, the chair of the Historical Society, and Ms. Jane Macta, Historic Society member, who I understand has done a lot of the heavy lifting. She's been working to get their site, which is already up and running, but to get our function for contributions running. If you haven't seen the Facebook postings, please try to find them on the Bradley Beach community or Preserving Bradley Beach, those 2 Facebook sites. If all else fails, please contact me directly at my borough address and I can help get you connected. We hope to be able to purchase memorial banners and a new monument for Riley Park with donations we receive. I believe I can speak for this entire council and for virtually every resident in Bradley Beach when I say that our Bradley Beach heroes must not be forgotten. A quick note I need to make regarding the special session held on Sunday, March 3rd. Many residents have asked why the session was held, and some have questioned the legality of the session. Mayor Fox himself was quoted in the Coaster newspaper stating that the meeting was illegal because it did not satisfy state statute requirements to provide 48-hour notice to the public. Very simply stated, and for the record, I want people to know that this council, the borough attorney, the borough clerk, scheduled this meeting following all requirements under our ordinances for emergency meetings. If you wish to better understand these requirements, please review Borough Code Section 5-8D, as in dog. The date of this emergency meeting was very important as it represented a fleeting opportunity for this council to recommend employee disciplinary action, which we are authorized to do under our borough ordinances and under state statutes. Those are my prepared statements. I have an additional statement to make that is not prepared, but it regards the negotiations on Local 152 and to some degree, one of the resolutions we just passed. And that is these negotiations that have been taking place for 15 months and have apparently made very little progress. Ultimately, please keep this in mind. I've had this conversation with the administration already. Ultimately, whatever is agreed upon needs to be approved by this council. Despite the fact that this council ultimately is the approver or not of whatever is negotiated. Despite that fact, this council is having very little input into the negotiation process, very little. I would say virtually none. We get very periodic updates. The updates are generally just telling us that impasses have been reached. I personally have had conversations with members of our negotiating team, strongly raising concerns, at least about one issue of importance to me, that I have just been ignored upon my recommendations. And I just want to make sure that everyone understands the council is every bit as frustrated as most of our residents when they hear these discussions. The mayor and the administration is making all of the decisions as to what is being negotiated. We have raised questions. We have gotten no answers. We have heard feedback in public from Local 152 that some of our representatives might be handling these negotiations in an improper, unprofessional manner. I don't know if that's true, but the reason we have asked the mayor to intervene, he has chosen not to. And therefore, the council has had no choice but to request an investigation to determine the professionalism of the council's representatives in these negotiations. They are our representatives, but at times, I'm not sure they are actually talking for us. That concludes my comments.
Thank you. I have just a couple quick comments. The first is on the mayor's wellness campaign. Tomorrow, there's a second Zooming session, Zooming for Wellness at 6 p.m. The spotlight will be on Alethea Doctor of WellPoint. She's an acupuncturist and stress management expert. She's going to discuss the principles of acupuncture and provide a presentation on elements of that. You can go on the website and sign up for that. It's our second foray into a Zoom meeting. I do want to mention that almost 3 years ago, we started the Mayor's Wellness Committee. Last year, and for 2022, we submitted an application and was actually named a Healthy Town to Watch, which is kind of a silver status. We submitted that application again, and hopefully we'll hear about what that looks like for next week. But I want to really do a shout out to the 16-person steering committee, who's really committed a lot of effort to our committee and to our residents to really increase and improve our health across our community. So I wanted to just let them know I'm thankful and grateful, and hopefully we'll see. Hopefully we'll do as well as we did last year in that application. I want to talk a minute about community project funding. I was very glad, and I know we got some people criticizing the meeting that we had in February on when the focus was on Main Street, and the BBBCA came in with a survey that also talked about Main Street. We had our engineering lead come in with refreshed plans and some comments on trying to move this forward. So clearly, we have to get a plan together and start that moving. And we're going to meet with the engineer Friday to look at steps to do that. But we now have a reason to do that. The reason is that a compelling reason, I'm sorry. We worked with Senator Booker and Congressman Pallone and their respective staffs on two funding projects. One was for Sylvan Lake improvements and the other was for Main Street. The Main Street application followed the planning work that has been previously done, and we continue to try to refine improvements like pavers, street lights, tree wells, benches, and other configurations we've continued to look at. Well, I'm happy to report that last Friday, there was a budget vote in Washington, and on page 216 of that 306-page document, Bradley Beach has been awarded $1,416,279. So congratulations to that team, on this funding grant. So this should help us get a jump start on whatever plans we have for Main Street. So there's more to follow on that. But I will say, this is, very positive, and on the funding side, we've had some really good, results in the last 6 months. Between the unused asset grant, the boardwalk preservation grant, the county grants that we've gotten that we're working on the parks right now, we'll be working on the recreation center. We are working on Lake Terrace. We've exceeded, $6 million in assistance, for our community to improve it. I've used the term the bookends of Bradley Beach, the bookend of the beach and Main Street. So our beach is, clearly our priceless asset. We're responsible for it, and we try to maintain and improve it. I think the grants that we've got there and the continued work we do, we're going to continue to do that for us and serve us well. I view our Main Street as kind of our 401k. If we invest in it, over time, we're going to receive great returns for the community. So I'm really excited about this particular news, and it's very preliminary right now, but I did confirm with Congressman Pallone's office that this in fact will happen. We just now got to work through some of the logistics. So on that point of the investigation that was just conducted, I do have a documented statement that I'll put into the record, and I'll supply it to the council. It's fairly long, so I don't want to drag it out. It'll be in the record. And that's my report. So with that, we will go to the next item, which is,
Can you read it? Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Can you please read it? We'd like, I think we
It'll be in the minutes, and it'll be public.
I don't think you can. Read it.
Point of order, Greg? Point of order,
What is the question?
can he put a statement in if he doesn't read it? Or does he have to read it for the statement to go in? To the minutes?
Technically, it's up to the council as to how they want to do that. Previously, you've let people submit written submissions from the audience. Don't know, this is, who's?
That's when the time has been cut off.
The mayor's.
I mean, it's up to the council to approve the minutes when they're published, so.
I'd like to make a motion to have him read it, please.
I'll pull back the statement.
Oh,
Oh, but you'll get it anyway. Public.
Get it.
We'll get it anyway.
You'll see it. Okay, public comments, please. Yes.
Regarding the OEM and the fact that there is a small stipend for them, perhaps we could look at the idea of actually staffing it with appropriate people. Like, why not, put on an EMT, put on a firefighter, who, those are both volunteer positions. They could get a small stipend. Obviously have a police member on there, and perhaps even a DPW. I mean, that is who really encompasses the Office of Emergency Management, rather than friends and the old boy stuff. Just a thought. Might be really efficient for us to do that, to have those 4 members as our OEM.
I think there's 2 police.
That's fine.
Yeah, but-
But why not now, knowing that there's a stipend, why not also, in one essence, reward an EMT and a fire?
We're not sure there's.
As I say,
And if there's not, that's fine, but again, even those stipends, why does our OEM not actually be staffed by probably the most capable folks doing it? That's just my comment, not a question. Thank you, Emily. Regarding the budget, yes, it's a farce. Obviously, we don't have the 2022. Do we know when the 2023 is gonna be worked on as well? Can we, and I don't like to use the word assume the new CFO will be also working on the 2023?
no, the auditor will.
Okay. Will that be starting anytime soon?
Yes, it'll be starting in April.
Okay, and obviously, the 2024 budget, we're already working, you must obviously know what you want to spend and whatnot. Has any of that information been shared with the council?
No.
Yes,
No,
yes.
What?
you say yes, you say no.
Capital forecast.
Forecasting on highways, this much money, or I'm talking detail?
The budget has not been shared.
Okay.
Nothing has been shared with council beyond.
Well, no,
Okay.
it's not, we
That's
have
fine.
shared the
You
capital.
can fight later, it's my time, thank you.
Yep.
Plain and simply, and you know.
So I didn't hear what you
given-
said, I'm sorry. The last thing you just said.
Don't worry about it. Given all the troublesome information that has surfaced about Chief Guida and his abuse not only in his powers as chief, but also of others, why are you so reticent in not declaring, or I should say declaring that he will not have any type of a future role in any other department of this town, whether it's a paid role, whether it's a volunteer role, any role at all? We don't want him. You may, but it's done nothing but cause havoc for everybody in this town. We need to move on past it. It's unfortunate, but when people make wrong decisions, circumstances happen, and they have to, you know, deal with those circumstances. So I would hope that you seriously listen to what seems to be everybody's desire, that there is no position for Chief Guida in this town in any essence moving forward. Just as a point of matter. And also, as a result of this, what are you doing as our mayor to prevent any such occurrence or abuse of that happening within any of our departments? Would it be safe to say that these departments, as I've always understood it, is that they report to the BA? So isn't the understanding that it would be the responsibility of our current BA and our past BAs to be handling this and to be keeping this all in check? Those are my statements.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, anybody else? Yes.
Oh,
I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Beth Kepler, 504 Central Avenue here in Bradley. I am not even gonna give the mayor the dignity of addressing him, because we shouldn't even be addressing him and acknowledging him. As a mayor, he's proven he's unfit and incapable, and that he is a criminal. A couple of weeks ago, on February 14th meeting, he actually threatened me when I accused him of embezzling our money, and that he was a criminal, and we needed, and not for last year, I've been saying that we need to have the Attorney General involved. Just by, this is not even about the chief anymore, that animal is gone. Now we need to address this criminal that sits here purporting to be our mayor. And I implore and demand that this council, as our legislative body, take the smoking gun. That is a report that that this accomplice and running the criminal network in this town withheld for 45 days in an attempt to run out the clock and hide it, and broke the law. This isn't just an accusation. There is an ordinance that he was required to provide it and share it with you. And this isn't the first ordinance he's broken. And he's withheld it with the attempt to cover up another criminal, the ex-chief Adams. And so now I'd like to read for those people who want to continue to defend the indefensible from the prosecutor's report in their words. It should be noted that when Detective Sergeant Washburn called Chief Guida to advise him that he was the target of an internal investigation and advised him to the need to serve him with an official notice, Chief Guida yelled at Sergeant Washburn over the phone and became combative about accepting his notice. Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office Chief Detectives John McCabe contacted Chief Guida to discuss with him the need to conduct himself appropriately when detectives formally served him with his administrative notice, and he was ultimately served without incident. Furthermore, in the report, can I have your attention as long as you're allowed to be sitting up there?
I'm listening to everything you say.
No, I like your attention. You like order and you like tone. I want your attention, because this is criminal what you're doing. Pay attention. Okay? Now, it says, pursuant to here it is. Oh, yeah. Please be advised, this office's finding untruthfulness implicates Attorney General Directive 219-6, the directive establishing county policies to comply with Brady versus Maryland and Giglio versus United States and its disclosure requirements, as well as the public posting of provisions IAPP 9.11.2F. At this point, this council, I implore you, it's overdue, that the Attorney General be involved and a criminal investigation be conducted. There is a criminal network going on Larry Fox threatened me at the February 14th meeting, for which I will be serving a notice of tort very soon, because I have sent in a Oprah FOIA request for your oath of office and for your surety bond. Do you have a surety bond, a personal surety bond?
This is comments. Make-
No, I'm asking you a question. Do you have a surety
And
bond?
and this section is for
Oh,
comments.
you answer other people's questions when it's convenient, but you don't like to answer them when they're inconvenient. And you tell other people that they're breaking laws. You accuse the council of holding a meeting that you felt was unlawful. How about you breaking the law and withholding a report that they were entitled to have for 45 days in an attempt to run out the clock to protect your co-criminal? I hope you like wearing orange, sir. I hope you look good in it. I hope it's your favorite color, because you're gonna be wearing a lot of it. You're a criminal, and the fact that you have the gall and the nerve to sit here and come back here after the circus that you've created and pretend and carry on as business as usual. This is not business as usual. This is a business you're running. You're affecting my bottom line. I have an investment in this home, in this town, and which is my home. And you don't know, and the circus that you're calling the 22 budget, that's a hot mess. That's what criminals do when they don't want the criminality to be uncovered, because you know darn well that Councilman Gubitosi has the skill to look at the documents because of his background in money management and accounting, and to point out very easily all the irregularities of your criminality. And that's why he's being sued. You think we're stupid. We're paying really close attention to you, Mayor Fox. And you're the one who ought to be careful about how you are conducting yourself in this town. Because what you're doing is criminal and you're making it much
Thank you.
worse for yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks for your opinions.
Yeah.
Yes, next.
All right. Rebecca Kaplan, 409 Brinley Avenue. I too, like Councilmember Gubitosi, have a prepared statement. I do not relish public speaking. I think I write better than I speak. I'm here, of course, to discuss the Glida situation, or better said now, the Glida crisis, which is what it has become, Mr. Fox, because of your underhanded and dishonest manipulation of the entire affair. I had at first planned here to review a litany of the issues with your behavior on this, but my 5 minutes doesn't allow, not even close. I was going to ask questions like, even after the report came out, how could you continue praising the former chief in multiple media interviews, statements, and through your newsletter without acknowledging any of the 28 violations cited against him? And I certainly wanted an explanation of why, as mayor and as the face of our community to people literally around the world who read this story, you have not offered publicly a single word of regret or apology for the former chief's victims. Not a single word for the officer who was publicly berated in the presence of his wife and 2 small children. Not a word about the ex-chief telling the officer, maybe your kids need to see their dad yelled at. Not a word to the officer pulled into a conference room, literally pushed around in his chair and berated for an hour in the presence of other officers. One of whom called it the longest hour of my life. And worst of all, not a single word from you to or about the man simply walking down the street on his way to work before his constitutional rights were violated by the ex-chief. I can't say exactly why you behaved this way, but I can sure as hell say what it looks like. You acted first and foremost not as Mayor of Bradley Beach, striving for what's best for the town and its residents. You instead made a priority of running cover for the ex-chief. If we see it from that perspective, everything you did and didn't do suddenly makes perfect sense. You sided with him, not us. For what reasons, we don't know, not yet anyway. Does he have some incriminating information showing you were much more deeply involved in this than we know? I don't know. It's worth noting, though, all of these incidents happened under your watch, or what was supposed to be your watch anyway. Borough Hall is not a very big place, and to think you had heard nothing of all of this seems a stretch. But the idea you may have been aware and did nothing but covered it up, that's much more on brand. All this said, I do see a way out, so I'm being constructive as you ask people to be at the beginning of the meeting.
First, we need more investigation into what I just mentioned, as well as action to review the formal deal you struck with the ex-chief. On that point, I commend Mr. Cannon and the members of the town council who called and attended an emergency meeting last week, beginning addressing that issue before it was too late. Secondly, Mr. Fox, you should resign, and you should do it soon. Whatever your specific role here, it's clear to everyone, maybe even yourself, if you're honest about it, that politically speaking, you're not going to recover from this. Even some of those who supported you previously aren't with you on this. Remember, Mr. Fox, Bradley Beach is a small town. People talk and they're talking now. The election is still 8 months away. Why drag this out? Your relationship with the town is irretrievably broken, if I can steal a line from the report that was used to describe the chief. The reality is the faster you go away, the faster the story goes away. We'll all be able to move on, and that's in everyone's interest, including ironically, Mr. Fox, even yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Anisha Shields, 112 Fourth Avenue. Like many residents and council members, we're all concerned about our financial situation. We haven't had the audit in 2022. The taxpayers have had the highest municipal tax increase in Monmouth County, and still we have had no budget workshop for this year's budget. I think it's important for me to bring up a situation about the Memorial Day Festival. This is financially now I'm talking. The parade cost the town $9,050. The vendor venues were $13,810. The net was $4,752. However, that does not include the cost of overtime for public works and the police. So therefore, one could conclude that that event cost the taxpayers money. Once again, this event is scheduled for this year. My question was the tourism director, Amy Hall, and the tourism liaison, Councilwoman Jane DeNoble, present at the meetings? Who is on the committee? And does this event need council approval like the Tour de Bradley Beach Bike Ride, Mary's Place by the Seawall, and Alzheimer Association Annual Walk? And I learned tonight, these organizations had to put up $2,500 to participate. Well, my added question is, did this committee put up $2,500? Why, if these groups had to have council approval for their event, why didn't this Memorial Day festival have council approval? Another question, Michelle Wiley is spending time on this event. Does she receive a stipend for this? For her time? And is the borough paying a fee at Capture Point to register vendors and parade participants? I would like to have my questions answered.
We'll get those answers for you. Yeah. We've noted those and get those to
I'll
you.
give you.
I can answer you, the one you asked of me.
Yes, please.
I was not at the meetings as a.
Were you invited?
No,
Do you know why?
no.
Was
Tourism
Amy
has,
Hall?
has not been involved in the
But it's,
Memorial Day Parade in past.
That would be
wait a
the answer.
second. Well, then they were not involved in it, then what is it for? What is the goal and objective of the Memorial Day Parade?
It's a celebration in Bradley Beach.
For what?
For what?
Well, that's,
For what?
I am not against the parade. I am in favor of the parade, but I am objecting to the way this is handled. It's a process. We are talking about Main Street all the time. And look what you're doing. You're competing directly with Main Street. This was not a profitable event. And what didn't receive council approval? Why didn't it receive council approval?
we'll list all your questions and get that back to you.
Well, I would like for the council to know all the answers to as well.
Thank you. Next.
I have some typos.
There.
Go for it.
Greenberg, 302 Park Place Ave. I do have a question about the budget process. If, Councilman Gubitosi would want to answer. You say you passed a resolution to extend the time for you to get the first iteration of the budget process. And that came and went. I think that happened twice. Is that correct?
January 24th council meeting, the deadline was the 27th, and we extended it from January 27th to February 27th.
So is there any sort of penalty if that is not made?
We're still within the state guidelines.
But, so a resolution was passed, the resolution was violated. What's the point of passing a resolution if nobody pays attention to it?
That's a question for Mr. Cannon, I guess.
It's a great question.
That stump the band?
No, I mean, look.
So is there any penalty if an administrative person, such as the mayor or the accounting staff, don't meet the criteria of the resolution and it comes and goes?
As a practical matter, no.
Should there be? I mean, if you pass a resolution to enforce something, what's the point of it if there's no penalty if it's not followed?
I mean, there's state guidelines, that the budget has to be introduced and adopted by a certain time period.
Right, and what's the
there
date
could
on
be
that?
penalties for that.
What's the introduction date by
believe
state guidelines?
I believe it's March, so end of March.
Okay, so will that budget be introduced by the end of March?
There'll be a workshop on March 27th, an introduction on April 10th, and then we need to make a decision.
So wait, but it has to.
Could you let me
Mr.
finish,
Cannon
please?
said the end of March, right? Has to be introduced.
I think it has to be presented by the end of March.
Oh, presented.
Yeah.
Okay,
There's three big steps: presented, in this program, it's presented, introduced, adopted.
got it.
You have to forgive me, I'm not the CFO.
Well, you know everything, right?
I try.
Okay,
So the problem with those three steps is if there are any questions at all, we get into a lot of back and forth and while the administration typically introduces very late, they then put a lot of pressure on the council. Hey, we got deadlines. You guys got to approve it. Well, we ask questions. We don't always get satisfactory answers. Time drags on. Last year, the council either for one reason or another, we either voted no to adoption or we tabled meetings, motions to adopt because we didn't have those answers. And the whole process rolled into June and July. And we had vendors, we had merchants in town telling council members that the council were being blamed for Bradley Beach not paying their bills because we were voting no on the budget. So it's a very sensitive subject to me personally, because for 3 years running, every year we go through this process and then we're promised that the next year, we're going to start in October, we'll get you something by January 31st. 3 years running, it has not happened. And we are always told the state expands the deadline. It doesn't matter. The state extends the deadline because the state is late getting us data. It could be pension data, whatever. All the other line items in the budget that have been worked through with our department heads and everyone else, that data is available. And decisions are being made. And I imagine even right now, there's a preliminary budget that's been drafted, missing a couple of lines. Nothing is being shared with this council, except the capital improvement plan, which is a portion of the budget. And by the way, it's not a recommendation. It was a plan asking us for our input. It wasn't, this is what we propose.
so why isn't if there's some preliminary budget work going on in the background, why not share that with council, Mr. Mayor? Why not get their feedback?
Well, so we are waiting, we started the audit last year woefully late for any number of reasons. The auditor is working with the CFO right now to finalize some ending balances, starting balances, and that's pretty much done. We will have the audit report, I believe, on the 27th. We will also have the budget intro because the CFO will complete one of the things you have to complete before the budget is an AFS. He's 95% complete with the AFS. He just needs to make
What's
sure
that stand for?
annual financial statement.
Yeah.
And once he has that, he'll have that ready to go. So that's,
So that'll be presented on the 27th to the council. And will they be expected to vote on that then?
no, not at all. It's
So
just
it's a workshop. then?
Yep, it is. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
The mayor, Mr. Weber, who I know.
Name and address, name and address.
Hi, my name is Anthony DeMeo. I live on Lake Terrace. It's 2000. I'm not here to make a complaint. I'm here just to make a bit of a quick presentation, so. For the last 14 years, I've written thousands of articles and blogs on New Jersey real estate. And so having lived through the Great Recession and a couple other downturns, I've been tracking some of the numbers. And so I've been putting them together. My background is Wall Street, as you can see from my cap, New York Stock Exchange was back then. I was there at the great crash in IBM at the time. But let me just read some numbers, read them out to you. And, everybody's talking numbers and everybody's so angry. But I know together, our town can prosper, okay? And I want our town to lead the way in New Jersey. I have a vision for Bradley to lead the way. The average tax bill in Monmouth County is $10,590. Asbury Park, they pay on average $8,000. Avon by the Sea, $11,000. Belmar, $8,215. Neptune, $83.99. And Bradley Beach is now at $91.61. The increase for Bradley is 7.9%. The concern that I have is that as we come out of, and I wrote this over here, as I would like to see that the town would rise up from the economic ashes of the pandemic and commit the community to a few of these suggestions. First one, pass an ordinance that limits and constrains real estate tax increases to be no more than the percentages of inflation passed that have been registered by the US Census Bureau. So if the US Census Bureau tells us that inflation is 3.5, and we do know that that's a lie. But we want to enforce their lie, at least to our benefit. And so this is not a complaint, but I'm just saying, you can't go higher than 3.5 or whatever the inflation is. So that's number one. Number two, I would suggest that we put together a stewardship commission within the next 45 days of individuals whose skill set and knowledge base can tighten this town's spending and actually produce a 5% reduction in taxes. Lastly, and this, is for everyone, expedite the sale of the church on Lorraine Avenue, which funds shall be held in a special environmental account for when the weather events occur, we have the wiggle room to spend more money. Now, that money is not going to go into, the general checking account. We can put it in a savings account. And for the years that we don't have a storm, we haven't had a major storm since 2012. Maybe we won't get another one for another 10 years. We'll be making 5.25% on $1.5 million. So my point is, I have personal relationships with some of you. I only want the best for our town. And this is a word of exhortation and encouragement. I'm not here to scream. I'm not to tell anybody that they're wrong. I'm saying, I know that we can be better. Thank you.
thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Yep, yes.
Ed Vecchione, 205 Evergreen Avenue. Mr. Fox, on January 18th, we received a report from the prosecutor's office pertaining up to 28 infractions by our previous chief of police. Some were infractions committed against citizens and some against his own officers. You waited for a period of time to make the report public. Then you decided to let the chief retire and still collect his pension. Again, we're not discussing 2 or 3 instances of possible misconduct, but many more. I realize this is a time where I'm supposed to just give my comments, but I do have a question for you, and I hope you can answer. So my question, Mayor Fox, as a citizen of our town, who has to pay for the decisions that you make or don't make, can you explain why you made this decision to allow him to retire and collect his pension without a more formal review by the town, which I assume includes the council and the attorney and other members who have a lot of experience to be sitting up there with you? Is that something you can answer for me?
Yeah, I can actually share this document with you that would answer most of those questions. The short answer to your question, if you look at the minutes of the February 28th meeting, I don't think you were here at that meeting. Oh, you were? Okay, so I read through exactly the process, what happened, what was done. We worked with we took the lead of the prosecutor's office. They did the investigation. They made the recommendations. They had the meetings with all parties. The comment of letting the chief retire, I think the prosecutor said it, we said it, we can't dictate when somebody retires or doesn't retire. They retire. We can't say you're not going to retire. I understand your frustration. It is a troubling report. I can just tell you that I know that I worked very closely with the prosecutor's office. They provided me the direction. I have that all in writing. They documented to me up through February 28th, the day the last council meeting, on confidentiality, on how to basically handle this investigation. The report is a piece of the investigation. It's not the end of the investigation.
I hear what you say, but I'm still amazed that the elected body up here was not consulted. And they knew the frustration of the town. And I realize that you, maybe with Mr. Barco, decided to allow him to retire.
But we didn't allow him to retire.
Okay, now, but with his pension.
That's not our decision either. The pension is a state agency that assesses what pension payouts are. We have nothing to do with that.
But there's certain bylaws that.
What we
employee
did,
of the town.
what we did was I supplied that report on February, I forget what the date was. I think it was 14th or 15th to the pension committee and said, as a prelude to a potential retirement, you should see this report. And that was on the direction of the prosecutor. They told me to do that.
But there are certain bylaws that the chief of police must follow in order to collect his pension. And I suspect one of those 28 infractions that were committed would have stopped him from at least until a more legal review of the circumstances.
The prosecutor's office did the report, did the investigation. The first question I asked when I met with them on November 10th was, are there any criminal activities here? The answer was there are not. These are all administrative. So these were administrative practices.
That's not a criminal offense.
I'm sorry?
When he hits an employee, that's not a criminal offense.
There's nobody hitting anybody in the report.
He slammed a chair into somebody's leg. That's hitting. That was in the report.
The report was interpreted and read out by the prosecutor. They did the investigation.
Well, I have to say this, Mr. Fox, and I have a lot of respect for all you people up there. Okay? Every one of you. Mr. Gubitosi, at the last meeting that I was at, brought the vote of no confidence. And I can't believe I'm standing here in front of the people of this town and I'm about to say this. Mr. Mayor, I'm lacking confidence in you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ray Castellano, I live at 604 Brandon Boulevard. There's been a lot of comments about the report, and I have a little bit of a different spin. I worked over 40 years at a company where if you didn't do your job right, or certain people didn't do their job right, people die. And that certainly could be the case with the police department. And I kind of think it's kind of fascinating that we didn't lose one or more lives, because the culture of the department had to be toxic. So my take on this is, how could this happen? Now, at my company, we do a lot of things, and the employees have places to go when they see or hear something that isn't right. We call them speak up resources. You would be able to go to your manager. If you didn't want to go to your manager, you could go to the chief legal counsel. If you didn't want to go to the chief legal counsel, you could anonymously call an external corporation and remain anonymous. So with all of the problems, the duration of the problems, I can't wrap my head around why nobody in the police department didn't do anything. And so the only reason I can come up with is they had nowhere to go where there was trust. So while everybody is focusing on the pension and this and that, I'm focused on what are we going to do to fix the problem in that department and other departments so that it never happens again, right? So we need to have a way that when people go to work, everybody wants to get up in the morning, they want to go to work, I'm sure there's nobody that gets up and says, I want to do a bad job today, right? They normally get up and say, I want to do good, right? But sometimes they're prevented from doing good because of the environment that they're in or some of the people that they're working with. So the town could do something and they can create, whatever you want to call it, speak up resources, come up with your own name, so that people have a way to bypass the person that's their boss, to bypass the person. I could observe a behavior of two coworkers in call, and that's certainly been done many times. So that's really what's needed, because I'm not really sure that the police department is fixed because one person is no longer there. The toxic environment, the culture, right? And I used to have a saying, right? Culture eats change for breakfast. So you have the culture, just because you made a change, that doesn't mean you really changed anything. Because the culture of the police department, that same behavior, that might be going on with the officers that are there right now. And to a new person, they might have to come in and say, okay, I have to deal with this because it's the culture. But no, they should have a way to go and call. And that department, I don't know a single person that works there. I know nothing about it, but it could happen. And it shouldn't happen, because when people go to work, they need to feel like they can do a good job.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you for that input. That's good input.
Linda Duffy, 312 Brindley Avenue. This is not about what we have been talking about. This is about the occupancy of the Biasi Center. Miss Leahy got a phone call that it was 70 plus. So was that for sitting? Was it for standing, or was it for sitting at a table? Because there's 3 different occupancies, and I'd like to know the answer to that. And I don't know who to get it from, because nobody seems to know. Who would I go to?
Go to code, but I don't know where she got that information. I don't know
Well,
where.
somebody from the coding office called her. I'm not sure who, but
I can
she
follow up
told
on
me
that.
it was 70 plus. So that would be, I would think, for standing, because
I
the
will
room
follow
is
up.
about the size of this, so I don't think we could fit. You know, so I'm pretty sure that the tables and chairs there would probably be half, and that would be 35. So it's not accurate in size for them. So the other thing I have to say is, all right, we have no budget, but yet we're spending money. So we have all these music festivals listed for this summer. Does anybody have a tally on how much they're all gonna cost? I'm sure tourism does, maybe.
Well, it does come out of the tourism trust,
Right.
which is funded by COs and not tax dollar
It's not
money.
budgetary.
It comes by, we're all spending our money in town. Well,
Well,
we're spending money for the DPW and the police department.
right.
Right, so I'm just asking, how much is it costing?
So you're asking like, how much does it cost for the police and
Yeah, because we don't seem to know that.
the public works being present?
Yeah,
That's a good question.
and also on the concessions on the boardwalk or on the promenade rather, how does that work when you get a bid? Do you start at like, it's like $20,000 and then you work your way up, people bid on it? How does it work?
That's the way it works.
So how come the two are so different?
I'm sorry?
The two bids are so different. There's a $10,000 difference between them.
It's the real estate.
No, they're bid separately.
Best real estate is cheaper than the least.
It's location, location,
They
location.
were sealed bids, right? You had to come in
There's-
with a
They are
minimum.
bid separately, so
Other
the
bids
one
are-
Do
person,
they know where the bid starts, John? Mr. Weber?
the,
Yeah,
Greg,
Mr.
you
Kennedy.
wrote the bid, so do you want to handle that?
Yeah, there's a starting bid,
So what was
and
the
I
starting bid?
don't know what I could tell you.
You would choose?
Newark was, were you at Newark and Brindley?
Yes.
I mean, so while I'm doing, while I'm popping this up. I'm gonna with the bids. I essentially took the prior rent from 2023.
Mhm.
Added whatever the normal increase was that had been occurring in the prior lease, and then rounded it to the nearest thousand or near number. So I don't know why one, whatever they were paying, or one was higher than the other,
Yeah.
that's what they were paying all along.
So did they both have the same opening bid?
No,
Because actually, I would think Brindley would be the hot topic where you would want to go. That truck was always busy, and the north end didn't have anything, and they had a terrible food truck. I think it was the year before, so their business didn't do well. So, and the one that we have now is like, it's an ice cream parlor, because I looked them up. It seemed to be like ice cream.
I believe it's the people that own 10th Avenue Freeze Out in,
So they're not,
Adoni's.
they're not gonna have food. It's just gonna be ice cream.
No,
I'm not complaining about that.
no.
I love ice cream, but
I do too.
Brindley Avenue, the opening bid was $20,000 per year,
mhm.
and for Newark Avenue. The opening bid was $25,000 per year, and that reflects basically the difference between the two bids.
So how many,
The prior leases.
did you have multiple bids?
Do we-
No.
No, we just have
So
one bidder.
why
per
would
year.
you bid higher? Why would they bid higher?
You don't know who you're
You
bidding.
don't know who you're bidding against, so
You
they
gotta
may
bring
or
your
may
best
not
and
get it.
final.
That's why we do it that way.
Played this game before. Okay.
Yeah, we tricked them into giving us more money.
Yeah.
Good job, Greg. Thank you very much. All right, and I would just like to comment on Lake Terrace Park. It looks like it's progressing, and thank you very much for doing that. Please, 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 can you put the swings at the right height there? So adults can get on them without breaking their backs, and little children get on them also, because the ones on Ocean are very high, and it's very difficult to get on them. Unless you're very tall, but may approximate, you sample them out? Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
William Shookin, Bradley Beach. I just, want to recognize a Bradley Beach resident, lifelong residents who's probably saved many lives out in the ocean, and that's, Bob Rosenberg, who announced his retirement. So, that's all I want to mention. Thank you.
Thanks. I was kind of holding that till we got it squared away, but thank you.
Bill, probably the same for Dickie Johnson. Probably the same for Dickie Johnson. Just for that.
Not to yet, but I know
It's in
Bob.
Facebook. Yeah, it's in Facebook.
And we're working through that right now.
Nancy Meadow, Ocean Park condominiums. So many people said some wonderful things here this evening, and I would either like to add to them or not. Minimum occupancy of this room is 48 people as per the sign, including tables and chairs. We have 52 seats. Oh my. Surprise. I am surprised and shocked that you all are shocked with the report from the prosecutor's office. None of this was secrets to many of us. It's just been a really long time coming. So how do you fix it? As I've said before, the reporting of the police chief needs to be to the BA, return to that position. And the new top position needs to come from from outside of Granby Beach. And yes, I would like to endorse the fact that Mr. Green should never have any position in this town municipality again, paid or volunteered. And speaking of paid, as I've said, for how many years? And to confirm what Ms. Natalis was asking. Yes, there are people in this room that get stipends. There are people in this room that are paid employees. The people on Zoom can't see them. Some of us in the audience don't know them. You have people in public works, they're not a group, they're individuals. And at the beginning of every meeting, those people need to be identified, past and present. But, you know, you ignore me and I'll just continue to bring it up. While you can't share certain things, in triplicate is your letter regarding Mr. Guida on the website, right after each other. I remember the order. Shamrock,
Easter egg.
letter, Easter egg, letter, it's all green, letter, parade, and then it repeats itself, and then it repeats itself. Once was more than enough for me. But again, we pay people who have no consequences to do a job correctly. Website says all this stuff about no film pickup. It says that our schedule has changed for December 2024 and January 2025. I do not see where this ran through this council and was voted on, and you put that in there after Recyclegate. So again, to somebody else's point, what happens when we don't meet our resolutions? We have no accountability for anything. I beg, plead, maybe you'd like to take on the wonderful job you did for tourism and its budget and stuff, to do the same thing for the rec departments. God bless you. It should not be a free agency. We spend and spend and spend. The person's never there when I go there. I don't get it. When COVID was over and the meetings returned here, this ties into Murphy's statement of this week that said we were ill-prepared. I came back with, how are we prepared for the next one? Where's our PPE? Where are our masks? What about all the laptops? Are we charging them? Are we making sure that they're working? What has happened to them? Never got an answer, but I'm gonna guess Fairleigh Beach is not prepared. I'm gonna also say that we had a resolution to give a part-time person at no expense last year. It was quoted in this meeting to have added duties, including that of assisting tax collection. Now we're advertising for a full-timer for that position. So we've jumped to spending more, part-time, full-time. Doesn't make sense to me. And for all those people that were speaking about the mayor, Ms. Flynn said in court on March 7th, in the mayor versus the council, that he would be done at the end of the year. Thank you. Is it true?
Yes.
Thomas J. Cohen, 612 Third Avenue. You know, I'm really happy that the Public Works did their presentation. I want to thank them. But those numbers up there were the first numbers that I saw for the budget. And I was not impressed with the number that had been expended in 11 weeks and the numbers that were the balance for the next 41 weeks. I'd like to see that again, because that did not look good to me. And again, that's the first
That
budget.
was a
number.
temporary budget. That's only a small portion that we allot.
But no, you've allotted it and you've used a ton of it in 11 weeks and now it.
Because it's only 20, it's a small portion of the year.
11 weeks?
Yep.
Oh, okay. The number was big for 11 weeks. That's my point, Mayor. And I do want to wish you luck with the Mayor's Wellness Program and, you know, being named a healthy town to watch this year, but I don't want to break it to you, but you may not get it because too many people are watching. So you may not receive it this year.
Maybe we'll do better.
Well, yeah, I mean, if everybody's watching, I mean, we need more media. We need more people to watch us now. I do want to say what stuns me most is in this whole thing is you're stalling in an action on the chief thing. I mean, you assumed that you were the administrative authority without checking with the balance of the council. You're not the administrative authority, and you're going to be the administrative authority over someone who raised money for your campaign and campaigned for you. I mean, it really boggles my mind the way you don't share information with your colleagues and take everything over and make people sue because you just commandeer everything. It's really quite amazing to me. The 43 days blows my mind. When I read that report of the 43rd day, and you assumed there wasn't going to be a council meeting over the weekend, so we're in good shape. But you know what? You must underestimate your colleagues.
Unfortunately, I didn't release that report. The prosecutor's office did.
January 18th.
January.
No, the prosecutors released the report to the public.
Okay, no, sir. Actually, I was in my house and I was told the report came to the council, but I couldn't read it. I had to wait for the public. And then I waited 2.5 hours until it came out for the public. The council received it the same day
That's
that,
correct.
yeah,
From the prosecutor's office.
yeah, they've been asking.
From the
From the
business.
prosecutor's office.
From the business administration.
From the business.
From the prosecutor's office to the business
No.
administration.
No,
The
you
time it
have
took.
the document, and so did Mr. Marco, and so did Mr. Bernstein. And you released it to the council the same afternoon that the.
We did not release a report to the council. The prosecutor released a report to us. 3 minutes later, we released it to the council.
No, you had you admitted you
We did
had.
not have a redacted report.
Why did they get a redacted report when they're the administrative authority?
It was the direction of the prosecutor. I did not do the redaction, the prosecutor.
I understand that, sir, but you had the benefit of an unredacted report. And you didn't share that unredacted report that you had for the 43 days with your counsel, who is the full administrative authority. Okay, so I'd love to see the memo back up on this, but you know, we don't have the 2022 audit. There's no trust for you anywhere. And I do want to ask you, I mean, how many acts of contrition you have to say after every meeting? Because you don't tell the truth at all. It's amazing. It's just amazing. So when are we expecting the audit? I want to make sure I can be there that day.
March 27th.
March 20, and will that be the full presentation where we can question the auditor? He'll be here, or are you just gonna give out?
I'm not sure what format we're gonna put it out. I'm not sure.
Well, you're not sure if he's gonna be here? I mean, even Gary.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I
What
just
are
answered
you
the
sure
question.
about? I mean, I don't know how this runs. You can't give a solid number, you can't give a solid date, you can't give a solid time, and you commandeer everything. It's incredible. There is no trust. And it's not gonna get any better. And I do agree with the people who said, it's really time to resign. Because you're giving us. Thank you, sir.
No other questions? We will. Okay.
No, I have no real questions, I just have a couple comments.
Oh, you're most welcome.
I was here a few weeks ago and I mentioned how,
Can you just give me your name and address?
oh, I'm sorry, Henry H. Jones, 209 Third.
Thank you.
I made a comment that I think all the property owners should pay their fair share. When I'm talking about commercial versus, and I know there is a difference between commercial and residential. If you want me to tell you what it is, I talked with the assessor. He told me what it is. I had to leave, unfortunately. I never directed anything towards Mr. Thomas Cohen. I don't know why he got up and he said, I don't know the facts. I don't think it was right. I never said a word to him. I never said anything about what it, and the thing is, it was wrong. And all I said is the commercial properties need to pay their fair share. For instance, Dorsey's, their taxes are now $11,078. They went down last year, $634 went down. Del Ponte's, $12,852. They went down $639. Here's the math quiz. That's the bakery, that's the coffee shop, and the restaurants on the side. The tax assessor couldn't figure it out for me, okay? Okay, so I said, how is it calculated? It's calculated by how much rent is to be achieved off the property. I go, well, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's right. So I got off the phone, I talked to him for about 45 minutes. And this is 5 months ago. I go off the phone, I call up 2 other towns where I own properties, one in Belmar on 4th Avenue. And I said, how do you calculate it? I don't have a problem. I paid 15 or 20,000 there. He says, well, commercial's a little different. We now do a land assessment, just like you do on residential. And then we do the income approach, like we do in Bradley. We didn't do a land assessment. About 3 weeks later, 2 weeks later, I had a call. I never asked him to call me back. He called me back. He said, we're changing the way we do it. It's not right. We're gonna do a land assessment. And then an income approach. I said, well, that makes sense. Makes sense to me. Look at Uva. Their taxes went down $750. I don't think anybody's residential property taxes went down. Butter Biscuit, they all went down 300. The assessment on commercial property is probably like, I don't know. The assessment, not the taxes, the assessment is probably 100,000, not 100,000, probably 10 million too low across all the properties. I said to him, what is the property? Is it in the middle of the main center of town? Is that worth more? No, it's all worth the same. That's ridiculous. How about corner properties? Are they worth more? No, we do it all the same. I told him that's wrong too, because you know why? Because all the good properties around the corner, look at the bakery, look at the bank, look at the real estate, look at look at what is his? The real estate over there. Patrick Parker, his went down $400. Doesn't make sense, it's wrong. And I don't wait for it to come out. Don't wait for them to come out with the thing, because I'm surprised no one said anything about it. You didn't have any commercial property owners come up here and say, I don't understand that my property values went down. My property taxes went down. I think mine went up. Well, I have a couple properties. One went up 1,300, one went up about 500. It's not fair. They need to pay their fair share. And I don't need to be bullied by someone that I didn't say anything to. I'm not gonna stand for it, and I'm not the person to be bullied. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there's nobody else, we will make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Wait,
Well,
second.
executive session?
Yeah.
A motion to executive session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Toby?
Yes.
Mr. Mahoney? Yes. Mr. Weber?
What do I do for executive session? Call in?
I didn't even know that somebody set up a Zoom. link.
Okay, I'll
Yeah.
call on the phone. I will call
Thank
on the phone. So yes.
Sorry, I didn't introduce you guys to the people who are complaining. Next time I'll hear that.
And that's what you think you something. But everyone did the same. That's what I think I just learned.
I figured I
All of a sudden, like, there's news that one thing, guys, you're right.
Take off.
Yeah.
Good night.
You know, so they're on like, they have same. We have those people.
Living dead corporation after they want to look at any town and then come from where. It's just to let people who have loved ones. Yeah. You can do that again.
Yeah, there's a thought. I love it. Well, they thought I was so bad. I'm not sitting here. That's what I hear.
I chop cookies.
Oh, all right. All right, get in here, right, it's over with.
Yeah, I know.
Try this again.
I can't. It's, I don't know what to do with it. I think I could handle one.
I know we can get ready.
And it's to be clear, but I don't think any of
Let's start with one. Yeah. I think the environmental commission can use it about this.
Yeah,
Oh, good.
Some staff Bagley asked me to apply, so.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have been another.
Don't you have a here, Ken? His neck is about 27 inches.
good, nice guy.
Yeah, it was, who was the big stars when we weren't that great at football when I was there. Justin Tuck played in the NFL, Aaron Bible played in the NFL, Rocky Boyden played in the NFL. There was like 4 or 5 of those. Anthony Weaver played in the NFL, he was in the Ravens, the one title with Joe Flacco. Yeah, that's what I said, probably. All right, give me a ring. I'll be,
Change yourself.
anytime afternoon, I'll be available.
Change yourself.
Yes. These are. Well, it's still on tape. I could, but yeah, so yeah, that's, people laugh at that.
Toxic gentleman.
Good name, good name for a rock. Toxic gentleman.
That's true, that's a good name, that's a good name. Yeah, but that's what happened, right when you got there.
I like your different take on it, though. That's perfect, yeah, perfect.
Yeah. You know, staff, culture.
Yeah, I mean, so we tell ombudsman, you know, it's, you know.
The culture in this entire town has been bad for a very. I've owned properties since 1985. And people wanted me to get involved, so they're not looking for living on second building. No, I own the property. The only time I came to a meeting was 97 to do when they did the Main Street improvement. Because there were, I mean, the Main Street was bad, but the people who were renting didn't want the new pavers and streetlights and stuff, because they were afraid their rent's gonna go up.
Right.
I'm like, your rent's gonna go up, but your quality is gonna go up, so you know how this works? And so that's the only time I really came and interacted when they, because I said, I'll pay the money. I want the pavers, I want to get it done. But, you know, and then when we moved here full time, you know, I went to a couple of meetings. I was against, this isn't how it's supposed to work. And every time we went to, this isn't how it's supposed to work. And I've been saying the same thing. You know, I mean, all the time. You know, I mean, I shut down the lobster festival because it wasn't how it was supposed to work. They made me out to be the lobster killer, the lobster festival. Yeah, it was a totally illegal event for like 6 years. They didn't pay any taxes. They lied on their ABC permits from years.
Oh, wait, it's not. They were, the organization, the nonprofit, we used to, they don't file, simply file taxes. And they never find liquor licenses.
No, they did. No, because the third question, and I did, this is how I got this, all through Oprah's.
Right.
And now they're trying to do away with Oprah.
I know.
So assholes like me, can't, you know,
Yeah.
can't figure out the truth.
Seriously, you know, if you're active in politics, you ought to look at the Oprah law they're trying to pass. It was just out, like, was voted out in committee in the House and the Senate.
Yeah, it's hearing on Monday, I'm hearing.
Yeah, they're trying to gut the Oprah law.
Cut the whole thing, so you can't. So what happened is when I did my Oprah's,
Call your local.
he gave me some, and I'm looking through it, I called my attorney, it was like, God, oh my God, I didn't have to do any work. So the third question on the license for a special ABC permit for beer and wine at a function for a nonprofit is, are you current with your taxes?
So that's what. Your tax.
And then I called the state ACA. They hadn't filed there, and I called the IRS in Washington. They're like, we have no records for 6 years of them filing taxes. But I'm the bad guy because I pointed it out, and it was on news as well. It's bad. But you know, and the vendors wanted to kill me because what happened was I filed it right when they approved it, and then they kept kicking the can down the road in court. You know, and I was spending, it cost me $5 grand. I mean, I didn't do this for fun, you know, I did it to make a point, but it got to within a month of the event. I'm like, they're gonna try to go over, let's go for summary judgment. We went for summary judgment, and I made an agreement with the judge settled it, so they'll re-vote it without one of the council members who was in conflict. I said, absolutely, Your Honor, we have to do that.
The councilman whose wife was the head of the book.
And he voted. I mean, you can't vote because it's a conflict. Your wife's the president of the chamber and you're voting for it. He was indignant about it, you know, just like Bob, like, oh, right. So then when they re-voted, I presented all the information I got, and the vote was 2-2. 2 weeks before the event. But they didn't, you know,
You gotta get these things early. They're not, they're running.
this whole, I mean, this whole.
It's like state, it's still really,
This building is.
you'll have to another take place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, you do your research, we came, check News 12, and see what's going on.
The key is they made international news.
It was on the Daily Mail in the UK.
In the UK,
Right,
right?
picked up from the New York Post. New York Post, people, I mean, that just shot them all over.
Yeah.
A friend of mine in Dallas saw it, you know, Florida. But it's just been constant. I mean, I've spent a lot of money on lawyers. I've won over cases where they had to pay my lawyer. And I won the open public meetings cases. But there's no fee shifting, so I had to eat that. So another, yeah, just for fun, I just sued the town, sued the town. And you know what, right? Nobody apologizes. That's the thing. Nobody goes, hey, except my friends. My friends go, hey, thanks. That was good. Oh, mayor, this council, the other council, they wouldn't have apologized. They don't even admit they're wrong. It's a waste of time. So anyway, but it's great to see there's,
I'm done. I'm not, right. Don Greenberg, that's great, right? Yeah, I'm working on 302 Park Place, wait, April to November. Never else, for instance.
Yeah, you shouldn't be here.
Oh, I am a registered voter. I am a registered voter here.
Well, I mean, you said up here April.
Oh, yeah.
sometimes they'll come for a big.
We come on weekends, but we're here full time. But, my wife said to me, when I said, listen, I want to register here, I want to vote here. I want to register. She goes, we'll break it up. We're a little apart, we're a little apart. No, she registered for Princeton, because she wants to keep her hand in Princeton politics, and I'm registered here because I'm my hand here.
Yeah, but Princeton, that's like your small fish, big pond.
Yeah, you are. And it's all Democrat. It's all Democrat. Yeah, Republicans are the elected there. Where are you from?
I lived in Middletown for 30.
That's it.
1 year.
Republican.
Yeah.
31 years.
Yeah.
Is it better for the commute?
No, I'm retired.
Okay, when you live there,
I was taking the train into Newark. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was, I grew up in Essex County, got married and moved down here and, in Middletown. Stayed there and then, my house was too big. I really couldn't take care of the property. I got tired of it.
Yeah, it's tired, right?
I got tired.
Where'd you grow up in Essex County?
Belleville.
Where'd you go to high school?
No, high school.
Went Belleville?
Yeah.
My father went to Montclair.
Okay.
And when I was a little kid, he would say, like, this isn't football here. I'm gonna take you up to see Montclair, Belleville, Montclair, Nutley. I mean, I was like 8 years old, and he took me to all these games.
My wife is from Nutley. We used to, the Belleville Nutley football game, that was like to the wall. I were there.
Yeah. But I mean, it's a different.
That was like, Yankees Mets,
It's a different kind of.
Everybody has that. I grew up in Philly, in Northeast Philly, and at Northeast High School, Central High School was the big Thanksgiving Day game. Yeah, it was great. I was actually on JV. I was in the bomb squads, right? We had a couple guys got hurt and they stuck me in on a game against Central at offensive guard. Now I was this tall and 170.
Wait, in Central
High School
What's
in
that?
Philadelphia.
In Philly, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I was 6'2", 170, and I need a guard. Greenberg, you're in. And I was, no, I did okay, because he was, because my height, I was able to use leverage against weight. And, we were both bruised at the end of the game, but we shook hands and it was a fun game, but man, last time I ever went to play interior line. It was just good, I was the guy that didn't step back fast enough. Ooh, but and on the bomb squads was fun.
Yeah, it's good football, Philly too.
Yeah, I remember this, we were at practice, and so when you're on the bomb squads, right? You have to stay in your lane, right? That is the mantra.
Oh, yeah.
Stay in your lane. So we're in this practice, and the guy broke away, and I tackled like an open field, perfect open field tackle, probably the best tackle I ever made in my life, was in practice. And the coach yelled at me for leaving my lane.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he goes, give me 2 laps around the school. It's brutal. Kelsey Moore. Lewis and Kelsey Moore.
Anybody ever play up the line, and pros or anything?
In Northeast High School, there's some good college players, though. Okay. Pros. So we actually have our 50th reunion, so. Yeah,
So, next year.
yeah, or it starts this year.
Coming up.
You don't know what to do. Like, most of the people that are active aren't people like out. Right? Yeah.
Well, I gotta tell you, we're not getting a big turnout because everybody's in Florida. People are not.
Yeah, we got a lot of
They're like,
people in
I'm not
Florida.
coming up for that.
And down in Florida.
Everybody's going to Florida. It's,
I'm waiting.
yeah. Everybody's, Part two. Well, they're gonna.
After the executive session.
See, there's an executive session, and normally you don't do business after executive session.
There's two resolutions.
But there's resolutions on afterwards, so. And this is my public service thing. So the story behind this is that, I testified over the whole state. How much it does, like how TV, I can go back to about 2006. And I can find it there, it's unbelievable, so I keep going. Take all this, you know, so expensive. When you negotiate your contract for cable television, you make them give you a link to. Put it up on your site. And so James just actually. Let's just do it. So we did it for a cheaper. Check them out there, have it.
They have to be on.
Hey, it's a public meeting, you're here, they couldn't say anything, they were mad. Oh, everybody, I mean, the old mayor and then the old council, the old timers, they were pissed. We've been doing it for 10 years. And then all of a sudden,
Now everybody knows.
all of a sudden, they got their, you know, then they spent the money, 6 months later, they got their own. And then now they went to this, the owl, which is actually pretty cool, I do like it.
Yeah,
The stagnant.
the only thing is you can't see everybody that's here.
So when you're on Zoom, you see the audience.
Yes, you can, yeah. Depends on who's speaking. If someone's speaking here, the owl will pick it up and you can see the, see it.
So, what are they talking about? Yeah, what are they-
This is another, this. South is she, he said it's stitches. You know, again, it's a setup, the whole thing is a setup. And like how. So.
So again, this is hard to compare in a corporation. That would never happen.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how are you?
All right, you look for
TJ. You look for me?
I saw him do it. I'll testify against him.
Yeah, sure.
Sounds like a.
Right, you can stay for you.
Official police business. I'm sorry, what's your first name?
Don.
Don.
Nice to meet you, right? See you around town.
Yeah, see it, okay. Fair.
But by not including this in the process, and then bringing it up here. No votes, that is a risk to be lost. That's exactly the risk you're running right now. Hey, we're ready on the table. And you're asking me, oh, we're expecting them. That's right. At all.
Different steps, it has its little house, so. Wow, so kind of hatch together. So. The shorts were. I was supposed to do, shoulders are set. Prior to that, I had, $1.5. Still a normal year. Okay, it's super sick, just because. It's profitable, so yeah, I would not be like, the hit work out. Right on the phone, you know, the word that, I think the word that's, oh, even the sonic will burn in my chest. Passes over about 5. It's not, but I figure it's a bit shitty, but you know, well, that should be for that 40,000. Because then she go to.
God, no, they're starting,
Right.
it's like asking that question.
Get the cardiac still be 15 years. First one, couldn't get one for like months. He goes, I called him up, I said, listen, you gotta get it sooner. He called, makes a call, said, up at NYU, right? He makes a call, it's been a couple days, I go get it. Calls me on the train. on vacation. He goes, you gotta get standby now. 90% block. Which is, is the widowmaker. So I said, yes, there's a lot. You know, arterial sclerosis. So, well, my mom's side, yeah, I don't know about my dad's side. My mom, first biological father. So I don't know. But, you know, I was you. And here you are on the telephone working out. Yeah, I got that. Yeah. I mean, I could have, you know. So, but if he hadn't found that, I was cleared for the whole surgery. Well, it was EKG and the other. Right, so I could run under now. And you want to hear what the part of it is? Well, not this subject, it's super. That's what it said. Right. But if we validated smoke, there was no smoke. Right. I didn't smoke, but. Right. No, I would definitely get tired at 6, 10 years, so tired at 6. Yeah. 4 or 5 hours. Yeah. So he's 78. And so I have a little light. It's scheduled gold bars. Right. But they had not for that new signal, get the sun stop. Right. So he's feeling really good about it now. But he goes to the rehab, and they go, something's up with your heart, up with EKG, something's up with your heart. I was making me happy. So but you're still out there. 5 days later, he comes home. I want him on. I'm feeling good. Wakes up. You know. Something is wrong. So now they gotta go, take him back, they open him up, they do the surgery. So you comes home. 2.2 and trains and he's depressed. Yeah, I get that. So he goes to his GP and the GP said, it's geriatric depression and surgery. Take this so long. What is that? So then I got 2 kids on the here. I took it out. And he's like, oh, that's he's like, oh, please, I don't want you crazy. There's something's wrong. And I watch him and keep him upstairs. I think I walked 5 upstairs. So back home, I'm going to back. Yeah. They want to see it at Jersey Shore. So we got $100 and and get him up there. And he's got a calcified valve because he was sedentary for the. But he probably had something going on, but then he didn't move that for 3 months. Yeah. And then it got worse. So they do the surgery 13 hours. Over that hard, so the pig valve in it. And then 5 days later, blood infection. But my point was, if he lost over 50 pounds. So if he took the surgery, weighed 230. That would have been like, you know, much better off. That's just the start. So I go for the step. But I had previous prostatic. So every once in a while, like every 6 months, 8 months, I would get a little blood. Okay. Right. And I was supposed to have my prostate taken care of, but we could always not turn around. Okay. I was putting the stent in some blood thinners. I was literally missing my blood. Gross hematory, I didn't take a beater. So, you know, they put me on a Foley, Foley, and blah, blah, blah. So it's clear enough, right? So I leave, I was in Columbia because my NYU cardiologist said, where it's at, you should go this way and block. It's better than where it goes. So I came home, came down here, had it falling in, cut one. No, they get infected. Over Jersey Shore, the emergency room, they flushed it out, came back, down here 2 hours later. It was, wow, yeah. So drive to Princeton. They admit me, they put me on what's called a continuous bladder irrigation. They have these big 3,000 cc bags hanging, and they have a 3-way Foley, okay, it goes in, it goes out.
Now, what about,
Then they did cystoscope, the nice thing, they got their penis. And said he saw a couple of areas, water rise. And with the prostate, there's no use certain things, it's all blood thinners, you can't do surgery.
no.
So then they did that and it helped.
Okay.
But then I still had a little blood. And then they did a second procedure called a prostatic arterial embolization. So that's when they basically go in and put great stuff into the artery that feeds the prostate, expanding foam. They couldn't get all the way in, they could only get to like one level above because they said my arteries were like too squeaky. Too squeaky with my term, they call it tortuous vasculature. But it seemed to help. I was pain clear, right? They took the bladder bags out, right? And everything was coming out clear. They took the Foley out Friday morning. I was being clear. But it's kind of a temporary solution. There's not a little tinge every once in a while. Long term. I gotta wait this whole, get like a laser turf, but I have to wait for all blood thinners. Okay. Yeah, so I gotta get a show. You get 3 to 6 months. But I gotta get my shoulder done, because that's a shorter window of time. After about June, the surgery becomes harder, because the longer you wait, see, I did a full tear. The longer you wait, the further the tendon travels away. So I waited for this. Close. We have a guy that comes to shovels or walk down here, because we never know what's going on. So, but happening the old weekend, we were down here. So we came back, Joe's church. Yeah. So he came, he's doing it. So here, I'll do my deck, my driveway, I'll do my neighbor's house on either side while I'm doing mine. So he finishes mine. I'm walking up the front steps to get my wallet and pay them. Well, there's like big barrels, and my steps come out like that a little bit, caught my toe, and you went, I heard it. Didn't hurt that much, but I heard it.
So now you gotta.
Sports rotator cuff.
You gotta do that first.
Yeah, if I can. It's gonna be
in summer, you're out.
I'm out. Because once I do this in June, that's 6 weeks of swing. And then rehab. And then we're leaving in September. Yeah, in September. Wow. And on top of all that, Mary Ann's got her knee replacement scheduled for May 15th, April 15th.
My brother-in-law did one yesterday.
She's an lady, it's like that. It's not, well, hers, it's not even in a hospital. They go to surgery, out the same day.
They kept him overnight. He didn't do well with anesthesia. So they kept him overnight, but he's in some kind of cooling.
Yeah, we have to buy one of those.
Yeah, and so then they're, but if he did it.
They're standing up the same day.
Well, he's got PT steps to get to his house. So I think they're sending a PT to show him how to go up the stairs. But once he gets up there, he's not gonna move.
Well, that's what we have in Princeton, 18 steps. That's what we're gonna come down here though.
Yeah, exactly.
It's easier.
But the knee, they say the hip is easier than the knee, is what I understand. Oh, really?
Yeah, but they told Mary Ann, you'll be up and walking the same day.
I'm 16 weeks into my foot now.
What do your foot?
I had a scheduled undeconnected.
Oh, they're not fun.
I didn't do bad, but I really figured I can actually go.
Did you have the little halo coming out, the metal halo coming out the bottom when you had your bunion done?
No, they put plates and screws, so I have 2 plates and 4 screws.
Mary Ann had hers done, she had one of those little halos that were sticking out of her foot, for a couple weeks, yeah. This year.
Right now, my pain is just tendon pain because I'm walking differently. And the PT guy is getting me to, my balance has actually improved. Good, because I used to never use the toe. I would always be on the outside like this.
Say, play your dad off, you know, but.
It was, well, a lot of it was like, it would hurt so much at the last couple of goals. This is your push foot.
Yeah.
So it's like, I get the foot on the ball, and it's like you big top lane. It was sticking out, like, he was sticking way over here. I mean, sticking out. Oh,
That's usually a thing when. But.
Women get it from high heels and stuff. It's actually hereditary. My father.
Oh, okay.
And I just, you know, and again, I've always been on my feet. Played soccer in college.
Oh, yeah.
I was a waiter for years.
Plays football.
Oh, yeah. Full stuff. No.
I didn't do the JV, I ball into.
That was it. You didn't go up the varsity.
No, I was fast. I was slow.
But I have.
Yeah, so. Yeah. So. I think it's small.
August first.
Right.
Now she's back, August 15th.
Thirty guys over there. You get crushed.
So he was. They might have the freshman offensive line against the same offense. First game we're hitting. We had done, so kid never played organized. He was, well, I'm telling you, this guy was freaking out. He was incredible. He's gonna be all pro someday. Oh, yeah, John.
No, yeah, no.
John, sure, yeah, John, no, John, what's his name? You gotta write it down.
Are you serious? I know how he long went to Villanova.
Yeah. You went to Villanova?
Because you think Villanova, you don't think major football schools.
Exactly.
Howie Long went to Villanova. I thought you were just like saying the guy was giving a shit, right?
It's really like, oh, John, how long we're gonna write this down?
And Howie Long.
So can you imagine, you never played football, the first time you play?
It's Howie Long.
Howie Long.
That's hysterical.
I can't wait, like, people that know him, they go, I know John Lewis, I always go, okay, I got a story for you. And so I do the story all the time, people die, because they know.
Never heard.
Every time, so I go, someday I'm running to Howie Long.
Guys.
He's still. On team.
Yeah. He's funny as hell, man.
I need my, we better.
You didn't know that.
You shouldn't be that. It's unbelievable.
I am.
No, yes, I'm not. He has no respect for any. Believes. Yeah. I feel bad. Yeah, you're right. That would be, that'll be right. I just like this, never seen anyone run anything so bad. You think about every single thing. Yeah, I mean, the list of like Lenny Gate, Cycle Gate, Humphrey Gate. I mean, Sean Johnson gave, oh, Sean Johnson, that's Tim Humphries now, that. I mean, it's unbelievable. I mean, this guy just did anything. Probably not take that's good. That it was complicated. Oh, yeah, complicated. Well, people, we've been here so long. It's just he's got two non-conforming houses. Farmhouse, just. Yeah. He's another, first. Oh, really? Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm gonna research this.
Sorry, I guess it's video.
It's, yeah, it's.
Yeah, we got like, we got.
It's nice to get by, but Jeff will do.
Yeah. Yeah, we got, what's his name, Sue.
So like, Jeff's great.
Yeah. Yeah, he used to train.
I'm kind of the one that got him in here. He wasn't really coming there. Now he's, you know.
Yeah, you're one of the. Yeah, I mean, how do you?
No, he's good, and I see him in Tom's River. I represent some properties down there. So,
Yeah, he's, you know, I mean, we're given concrete back. You know, because we were a little over.
Okay.
And now we're a little under.
That's the way it's supposed to work. That's the balancing act.
Yeah, the only thing that we have, I think it's like weird. I think I talked to Ethan about this. I think I told you about this because they have the garage. They say only 4 feet for the main building. But
That's the deck.
Yeah,
But is it a deck on grade or is it a regular?
no, it's regular deck. But it's not attached to
It's
the
just
house.
interpretation.
Yeah,
Oh, it's not attached, so then.
it was put still after.
So it's almost like it's next to an accessory structure. Yeah. Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. That's the only place that I get some pushback.
Oh, it is recording. Look at that. They're
Yeah.
recording this. Wow.
No, that's okay. I haven't said anything about crowd.
Well, it was locker room talk.
Yeah. We're having the you know what.
It's, what are they doing in there with nothing?
They must be talking about something that involved him, I would imagine. Because he walked out the house.
Yeah. They just don't, you know, he can do a lot more damage in the next 10 months.
I know,
It just, yeah. Signing contracts. Yeah, so where's Mary Ann having her surgery?
It's a doctor from Rothman Institute out of Philly.
Oh, okay, she's going to Philly.
No, that's where they're headquartered. This is one of their satellite offices, and she's going to get on the surgery center in, Hamilton. Jersey, near Lawrenceville. So. I gotta tell you though, after what I went through, and it's already to have the cardiologist, I already go CT first, cardiac CT.
Not a bad idea.
Because I passed for surgery. With my EKG showed nothing. I'm sitting there, not under stress. The symptoms only manifested under stress. And not, you know, like I could do an endurance workout. No, it's not as tough. That was when I was pumping. It's gotta be.
Somewhere, like, not really.
Yeah, so as I said, I don't know, my birth father's
Yeah.
genetics. I mean, my grandfather on my mother's side had heart, but he didn't smoke cigars all his life, he ate foods all his life, yeah. You know,
It's all that good stuff.
steak and lobster.
Yeah, it's amazing though what they can do. Just think about, you know, years ago, like my grandpa was like 54. He had a really good.
So,
But
they actually could have done something else.
Oh,
So without cracking my chest, they said that if they couldn't get the stent in right, there's this other artery they could use, right? And rerouted And it's surgery, but they don't crack your chest. Yeah, isn't that wild?
I can't believe that.
Yeah, and I said, well, what about the area that other artery serves? He goes, well, your body will actually revascularize that area. I mean, it wasn't a heart artery, it was just, yeah, they take it out of this area here. And cause I had, a 70% blockage of a branch of the LA. Right? And I said, well, you gonna stent that as well? He goes, it's too small. I said, well, what happened when that clogs up 100%? He goes, it's such a small one. I said, well, there be heart damage? He goes, no, it's such a small area, and again, your body will revascularize.
That's a piece.
Yeah, like, you know, for the smaller arteries, they can do that.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Because you're not a big friends.
Because they have actually cells are. Catch that. Surgeon, yeah. But you're right, I guess you would just chill.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, so. But I may, down the road, I may need a couple other stents for a couple other areas. Yeah, they're like, they said they were 50%, but
What about your mother's side? You know,
just my grandfather. I guess his health is pretty good. Yeah, right. But like I said, he's the one that did,
yeah.
he's the one that took care of himself.
Yeah, actually, I'm waiting to hear you all. My friend Bruce was having, live test.
Really? Yeah.
I don't know what this means, maybe it's hereditary there, or he isn't eating that way, but he had the same thing, like, he didn't feel that great. And so, they were 6 foot. Yeah, you're usually get out. And, we go there, in fact, we look at. Then they don't come back for surgery.
I gotta carry her on that truck. It's, you know, it's like carrying just in case type thing.
But it's a with medical science.
Yeah. Quick, that's when I found your comment died. But that's fine. Like,
You thought you really bad.
Yeah.
Whoa.
well, yeah, I get an EpiPen. And there's some nitro in here somewhere. That's the EpiPen.
Okay. What do you have for that? What do you have?
I had a reaction to what we thought was shellfish. And then. I had a reaction to what they thought was a shellfish allergy, but I tested negative. And we can never figure out what it was. So they just got me the EpiPen for the hell of it.
It's like, you just pop it.
Shoot, but it is. It's it. It's little tablets.
Oh, tablets.
Yeah. Something.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, they gave me some when they did the procedure.
Where you go?
But yeah, Mary and I were joking because of the foley I had, right? I met Mary Ann when I was 40. So by the end of this past 2 weeks, the joke was that more women had seen my penis than in the entire 40 years before I met Mary Ann. These past 2 weeks. You know, all of them, they want to come check, make sure there's no infection. Terrible. We were laughing about it. Like, we started joking when a new nurse came in or a new nurse's aide, and they wanted to like do, you know, what they call Foley maintenance, right? So they can take some wipes and clean you up. We used to get, okay, so we gotta get your first name, your last name, your position here, 'cause we gotta put it in the spreadsheet.
Oh, that's fun. That's it. You
You know what?
gotta,
You gotta laugh.
have a sense of humor about it, because it's so stressful.
Yeah, also, after the procedure, no, it was before the first procedure, I was in there. And I went to try to go to the bathroom, right? It's a little constipated. And this happens a lot, they say, the Vegas Vargas. So we bear down, my blood pressure dropped. And I felt, I said, I'm gonna pass out. I told him I am gonna pass out, if I'm getting lightheaded, I can feel I'm gonna pass out. Right? And when I came to, I'm sitting on the floor, because I started out on the toilet. I'm sitting on the floor and I'm looking up the hospital, it's the doctor who does the rounds. And, you know, he asked me how I'm feeling all, and he said that was the second time I woke up. And he said, the first time you woke up, you're like cracking jokes. But I said, yeah. I said, well, you know what? This is the first time I ever passed out as an adult. And then I gave it a break and pause, and I said, well, without alcohol. And I said that in my twenties.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I just get so good. Being in the hospital and have procedures, in and out, yeah.
And like, you know, at home, I was sitting there, I'm saying, I'm that guy now, I got these day meds, night meds, and I was feeling like, you know, I had a little pity party last night. But you don't keep your sense of humor,
You
man.
have to, they're really joke about it. All the time. Because otherwise it'll just get you.
They're having a good time there.
She's the counselor.
We texted, told her it was.
See, not, how does he?
Maybe that's still.
You didn't want him
I knew I was wrong, when there was a people.
We got great nights.
What's that? Yeah. The,
It just feels. Oh, the kicker is. So I took off my watch and that wedding ring where I left, and I hid it somewhere. I hid it somewhere in the house where I can't freaking find it.
we gotta find it before they start demo.
Yeah, right.
Oh, did you hear about the house? No, actually, you get your phone? Yeah. Oh, this is, imagine, you get, we started the project. So do you get, you have one good photo? Oh, my God.
Actually, go back on the.
Was he laughing? He said that. I just thought.
Better to do that, right?
So what do you want me to look up?
Look up, APP.com. So think you're building a house, right? And you're excavating those- Third story.
No, we have to.
Oh, no. That's crazy. We just all the down and scale. We're getting. Wall.
Longer way down to the.
I'll unmute me. Oh, there I am. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, yeah.
We'll make a motion to return to.
I make a motion that we return to the regular meeting. What are you saying?
Second,
Okay.
second,
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox absent? Okay,
Okay, returning to the agenda, we have resolution 2024-71. I make a motion to withdraw that resolution, which was authorizing the retention of a special hearing officer in connection with an employee disciplinary matter. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox absent?
And for resolution 2024-72, I make a motion to approve that resolution authorizing the borough's conflict attorney, Raynone, Coughlin, and Minchello to represent the borough in connection with an employee disciplinary matter.
Second.
Mr. Noble?
Yes.
Mr. Gubatose?
Yes.
Ms. Mahoney?
Yes.
Mr. Weber?
Yes.
Mayor Fox absent. Okay, all right.
I'd like to make, oh,
Go ahead.
oh, I was gonna adjourn.
Yes,
Anything else?
perfectly
Okay,
fine.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks, everybody.
Bye, John.
Thanks, John.
Have fun as you sing.
Is that hotel art?
Go back to partying,
Thank-
John.
That is hotel art, and thanks for the public for hanging around.
The public, we got two publics.
I
Yeah,
know,
I hear we were very entertaining. on
Oh,
Zoom
apparently
today,
it was I, you know.
so I'll have you all
Oh.
know, I missed a night out with my colleagues. This is the first night where people actually went out and did something fun, and I'm like, wah, wah.
Oh.
All right, peace out, see you.
See ya.
Yeah.